the broadcast is live. That's exciting.
Are we actually live? Can people?
Well, yeah.
Talking. Okay. I should begin then. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the different lands on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples tuned in here today. I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and with me today, live, I have the other person.
Josh Spirito, down here in Nipaluna on the island of Latruid, on the land of the Muanina people.
So we're the co-directors of the Comic Art Workshop, and we're not doing anything much to start this off except having a chat about like what Comic Art Workshop is, what we do, and how it will work coming up into the future in 2021, which is what we're co-directors for, right?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, yeah. It still exists after this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's the thing, right? Is it's like planning an artist residency in the year of a potential global pandemic. Mark II is interesting act. So, Josh, do you want to start by talking about what the Comic Art Workshop is? Give a synopsis.
Sure. The Comic Art Workshop is an artist-run organisation. We are artists, and all the people that help us get this off the ground are also artists, and it's a not-for-profit. And our main aim is our main sort of event that we organise is very artist-focused, and every 2 years, it's a biennial, not biannual, but biennial. That means every 2 years. We get together for a residency-based intensive workshop. We gather together about 14 or 15 artists. Sometimes we get an extra master artist to come in from some special place like overseas. I don't know if that'll ever happen again, but and we all go off to a very remote location where we all read each other's draft comics manuscripts, and we all give, each person who comes along gets an intensive session on their book and gets lots of feedback. And then we all read everyone else's books, and they all get a session, and that takes about 2 weeks. So we're trapped in a remote location for 2 weeks, and bonds are made. And I think maybe the plan was always, I think, when it was invented, that would happen, but I don't think anyone realized just how much that would happen. So what happens is that when we all went home to go work at our manuscripts, we knew that we weren't alone anymore. Working on comics, very lonely kind of exercise, grueling for the long comic, but we who've attended the Comic Art Workshop now have a tribe. I didn't think that you could be an adult and have that experience where like you go off to school camp for like however long, and you've just got like best friends forever. Like, holy shit! Oh my god, I just love these people so much, and I'll never meet anyone better than these people. It hadn't even occurred to me that you could do that as an adult. It's been pretty weird. We're a bit like a cult, but a lovely cult.
Really friendly cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what the main thing for me was in that friendship building is that there are very few people who are interested in talking to me about comics in that level of depth for that length of time. And it was quite special to I was hanging out with Fionn last night before we did the pre-Mini-CAW event, which was a read to me. You can see it, still see it. It's still on the internet somewhere on the Knox Street Bar thing. But Fionn listened to me talk about non-fiction comics for like half an hour and didn't even interrupt me when I got really boring talking about making graphs. So how many friends will do that for you? And it's very, very valuable.
Yeah.
So the main purpose of CAW, I guess we've sort of decided. So it was founded by Pat Grant and Elizabeth McFarlane, and the first one we did was on Maria Island in Tasmania in 2015. And it wound up being like the community building and then the workshopping. So when you apply to the Comic Art Workshop, you're applying with a project, like an ambitious comics project that you want to have workshop. Like that's like the main sort of goal of it, is for you to get feedback on something you've been working on by yourself. and then and also to give input and feedback with other people's projects as well. But then also, yeah, like the community building aspect. And did I freeze?
Oh, hopefully not.
Yeah. Yeah. So we had the questions that we wrote ourselves here, Josh, are why is CAW great? What do you think makes CAW great?
Well, all the reasons you just said, that you can get together with a bunch of people who understand what you're talking about and who are enthusiastic about what you're talking about. But I mean, I actually don't know that many people who are making graphic novels. Like they're not that common. You know, there's no one. I mean, the media likes to do a write-up about, like, you know, the graphic novel is like, you know, the big new thing, but it's not as if thousands upon thousands of people are doing it. So it's really difficult to find those people. I remember when Pat Grant was first approached me in about 2014 and said, "Oh, I've got this idea. Do you think this is the sort of thing you'd come along to?" I was like, "Look, sure, I'd love to come to something like that, but I just don't think you'll find that many people." I was wrong. He hadn't enough people applied. I think
you were wrong.
I was like, who's making graphic novels? There's hardly any people. But about 40 or 50 people applied in that first year, I think. And then I think a similar-ish number applied for the 2017 workshop. And I think more and more people are applying, but like, it's not as if I can access those people. I live in Tasmania. You're in Canberra. You know, but the only way to get that kind of number, especially people who are the types of people who are actually going to probably follow through and actually make the book, because lots of people drop off making graphic novels because it's hard work, brutal. So to suddenly bring all of those people together in one pretty special sort of fortnight is pretty unheard of. And I don't think you'd get that many opportunities to have that level of intelligent and emotionally intelligent, as well as intellectually intelligent critique on a project which, like, it's mind blowing to sit there and have all of these people pick apart your book in you know, and not in an aggressive sort of art school kind of way, but pick it apart and think about it from lots of different angles. And it's kind of mind blowing sitting there and listening to other people kind of write your book for you in some ways, like they're kind of flipping ideas around. It's a very special and rare experience as an artist, you know, who's been working in, you know, my art practice I've been doing for, I don't know, maybe 14 years, and I have never had that experience before, and I really hope that other people get to have that experience as well. So when we had the discussion about whether CAW was ending, you know, that was like, but I want other people to have this.
So the backstory is that Pat and Liz had planned for a 3 workshop series, and at the end of the last one, Josh and I stuck our hands up and said that we felt we should continue this project. Jen Spence has written in some comments here on Facebook that being an artist is being like in a tribe in general, and the comics tribe is extra special. And I feel that very strongly with this particular, you know, with this particular group of people. And I felt like there are so many people coming up in the comic scene in Australia who could benefit from having a workshop about whatever big project they're working on, that with the structure already in place, it seemed absurd to just abandon it. So that's why we've committed to doing it at least one more time in 2021. Should we talk a little bit about what it's going to look like next year? Like what's, you know?
Sure. Well, maybe you want to start that one off. I mean, do you want to start off with, I don't know, the reveal of where it might be? Because, like, I mean, maybe sort of just to lead into that, we went to Maria Island in 2015, which is a small, remote, rugged island off the east coast of Tasmania. There was an old penal settlement there. And then in 2017, we spent 2 weeks in the bustling Indonesian city of Yogyakarta. That was probably a bit too much stimulation for this kind of workshop. We realized that we needed to go to remote locations where we can just stare out. Hopefully some furry animals around, and just sort of, so we can, you know, it's cognitively demanding doing workshopping. And then the third one in 2019, which was probably our least organised, well, no, it was our least organised workshop. So it was a smaller group and less fanfare, and we didn't have an applications process because there was a lot going on. Was on Dangar Island in the Hawkesbury River, which is an idyllic little, Dylan-esque village on an island just north of sort of Sydney, but nothing like Sydney. Surrounded by smoke, unfortunately, because the bushfires were going on, but it was beautiful. So, Eleri, do you want to talk to us about where we are intending to go and are going, hopefully, in 2021?
Sure. So I start off with my special connection to this particular location. So those of you who don't know me personally might not realise that I'm the kind of twat who got married in a cave in the snowy mountains. And this is probably actually my greatest claim to fame, because I've been featured in like bridal magazines in my wedding in a cave. And this particular location in the Snowy Mountains was very special to me as a place. It's really beautiful. It's really remote. And when we were looking at different places to organise the next comic art workshop, I was immediately like, oh, we should do it at the Urangabilly Caves house, because it's just gorgeous and remote, and there's no phone reception, so no one will be able to communicate with the outside world, so they'll have to like really get on board with being there. Yeah. So that's where we run it in 2021, is at Urangabilly. Yeah.
And we're going in November, which is it's not peak tourist season for the national parks of New South Wales anyway, so that's
there won't be that many people around. And it's so it's in the Snowy Mountains, which is between Canberra and Sydney, not really, but like in that sort of, that zone. Yeah, for those who do not know where that is. And
what else? So
it'll be the same structure. It'll run for 2 weeks. There'll be 14 artists who will come along with big projects to workshop. And we're hoping then to get the same sort of thing out of it. We should talk maybe a little about the types of artists who've come before. So some of the Comic Art Workshop alumni, include people who are going to be on this in this little symposium later on today. So we've got like Thi Bui and Pat Grant and Campbell Whyte, and there's so many other people. We actually have an alumni section on our website you should check out if you're interested in seeing the types of people who have come along before. Our master artists previously have been Sunny Liu from Singapore, and also Tom Hart and Leela Corman from the Sequential Art Workshop. Yeah, they're all pretty amazing. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think everyone has gotten out of it? Because at this point in time, we've got several graphic novels under our belts at least. I've not counted how many people have completed books from the workshop. Or
you can try Leone Brialli's Raw Feels. That's probably the first that got finished. Thi Bui's The Best We Could Do. Mm-hmm. Pat Grant's The Grot. Campbell Whyte's Home Time 1 and 2. Chris Gooch's Under Earth. I don't think there's many other ones that have been published yet, though I do know that Nikki Minus's book and Sam Woolman's book are sort of imminent in the next year or two. Book of Mine is imminent in the next year or two. But then a whole number of us have done projects which are just mammoth projects, and they just take years. So it's a bit hard being part of the Comic Art Workshop family when you're just aware of this amazing project, which is just getting more and more amazing as the years go by, and you workshop several times. Miranda Burton's is imminent as well. So I'm quite excited to get a release date, please. I'd like to know more about that later today. But I digressed a bit. What were we just talking about? We're talking about the types of artists that would come. Well, one thing I really also value about the Comic Art Workshop is the spread of sort of generations that has occurred in each iteration. having Tom and Leela come from America, Tom Hart and Leela Corman, in 2015 was great because, I mean, they were in their late 40s, had published several books. I think Greg McCabe was in that group. I think at that stage he might have been around 40 years old, right down through people in their 30s. But then we had Chris Gooch, who's eternally 20 years old in my mind, but may already be
19. Chris Gooch is 19.
Yeah, and now he's just published his third bloody book. Amazing for a 19-year-old.
I always like, oh, dang you, child prodigies.
Well, having that sort of intergenerational bond is fantastic, and I think a real great strength of a comic art workshop. Having a bunch of people of the same age and the same sort of level of experience, and people who've, we had a real mix of people who'd published graphic novels and were still, to people who were just ambitious, but early on in their. So that's something which I hope that will continue. But, yeah. And
everyone brings different experiences to the table, because people have different experiences of working on projects, writing and their art practice. I feel like in some ways the best thing about the comic art workshop as a professional is that as a cartoonist, you're very rarely in a situation where you're trying to learn from your peers. I grew up in Tassie, but I went to the Centre for Cartoon Studies in Vermont to get my MFA. And there's another Australian, Ben Dewars, who lives in Melbourne now, who went there as well. He actually went before me. So every time I went to this tiny little cartoon school in the middle of nowhere, and everyone was like, oh, the other Australian used to drink big beers, and the other Australian used to walk through the snow in tennis shoes. And I'd be like, well, that's cool. But in order to have an experience of learning more about comics and working with a group of people, I had to go to a different country. And I think that what's really great about the comic art workshop is we're providing this sort of space, this safe space to talk about your work and learn from your peers in country. So, yeah.
Can I ask you, Eleri, then just so from that, I guess, what would be your difference, your opinion about what's the difference between the Centre for Comics Cartoon Studies and Comic Art Workshop? To the outside eye, that they would probably be kind of similar, wouldn't they be? Aren't they?
The comic art workshop is it's only a 2-week-long workshop working on a specific project, whereas an MFA is 2 years of working on many different projects. So the Centre for Cartoon Studies does 2 years. One is comics boot camp, the first year, where you're just making a bunch of comics, and then the second year is more about your master thesis, which is kind of like what the type of thing I feel like you would bring to the comic art workshop is what you would have at the end of your master's thesis. So it's like a script or a thumbnailed draft or a work in progress in some way. And that's you need to be reasonably far along for the workshop to actually be of value, I think. I don't know. What do you think, Josh?
Well, some of the projects that we've done have been at wildly different stages. I mean, I remember some projects that we have workshopped have been kind of an outline, maybe with some illustrations and some ideas and a bit of research sort of collated together. And I think, Eleri, if I remember correctly, that was the stage that I think you brought your last project to the competition in 2019. So that was a really early stage. It's almost like a pitch stage, I guess, but maybe a little bit fleshed out. And there's still plenty of meat for us to workshop if we have a kind of a good idea of what your art practice is and what your research level is. That's something that we could easily workshop. And then there's, I guess, the middle stages are sometimes a bit more tricky to workshop because, they have been at times, because they're a bit more difficult to see the book might look like, or you can see that someone's working towards a book, but they haven't necessarily, fleshed it out. But the ones that work probably the best in my mind, or at least my favorite ones to workshop, is where someone's got a thumbnail draft, which is legible, which is almost always the crucial key. I just need to be able to sort of get at least some sense of what the reading experience has been like. But those have been the most meaty conversations. But to compare to the early stage, the brief outline of what a book concept is going to be, that just has a very different kind of conversation that we end up having. And I quite enjoy both of those.
I feel like one where you're bringing like a book pitch. You're basically asking people, for me, because that's what I've done a lot of the time, is being like the first Maria Island and also for Dangar, I was bringing 2 different projects, and both of those projects I was like, I have drawn a very small section of this and here is my basic outline and this is the story. Do you care? Because I think for me, the most value came out for that was like, well, what I needed at that point was for direction on what to focus on, what people care about. Because I'm a really curious person. I'm interested in everything. And I find it really difficult to narrow down like what other people are going to find interesting. And so that's like always been really helpful. I'm like, I care about all these things in this thematic thing. And then people are like, oh, we care about this part, you know? And that's like really useful to focus on. But it's more in depth than that. I'm making it sound like it's like a 10-minute conversation when it's really 2 hours of grueling defense. And, you know.
I'm kind of keen to make sure that people don't think of it like that. And I know we're talking about the comic art workshop specifically, but workshopping isn't always. Can I go back to actually, I'm just starting to think, oh, okay, this is another great thing about the comic art workshop is that we're all trapped together in a remote location for 2 weeks. Everyone is vulnerable in that they've all brought their project. Everyone is also vulnerable in some ways because you're having this kind of share housing kind of scenario, but in a beautiful location. 2 weeks is not so long that, you know, the bickering can start, but so you can still keep it in the honeymoon period mostly of everyone just getting along really well. So it isn't super defensive, and I think that's where the emotional can. Oh no, I know you're facetious, but I think it's really special. I just think that the special aspect of the comic art workshop is that the bonds between everyone actually makes it some of the most rigorous critiquing I probably will ever experience, whilst also, you know, feeling supported. It's difficult to imagine that would happen in somewhere like CCS, perhaps. I mean, but I don't know. I'm not sure what that experience is like.
It's such a different experience because it's still a small group of people, like 20 people. Like you're also together for 2 years, and so like there's a lot that can happen in 2 years, and you're in a small town, so you have interactions with other people outside of the workshop space. Whereas like I think at comic art workshop, you know, in Indonesia, you know, and we have on Dangar Island and Maria Island, we had like sort of more curated interactions with people outside of our of our group. And in Indonesia it was much more loose because we were in a city. But like most of your interactions are like like with the people at the workshop. Then you don't have opportunities to like go hang out at a bar with somebody else. And so you have to be emotionally, like you already are kind of emotionally invested in the people anyway. I think it's more difficult, this sort of structure, for people who are like massive introverts, who really struggle with being around people all the time. Like I don't know that the comic art workshop model is the right kind of structure for people who are like, the idea of being trapped on an island with the same like 14 people for 2 weeks is terrible. You know, I think that's
maybe not. Well, we've had introverts, and I actually think introverts kind of bring a very different and perhaps important sort of dynamic, and actually keep it focused on being a very sensitive environment as well. So they really do bring something to the group. What's that?
Sensitivity is also very important. Yes.
Yeah. But you know.
I don't know. I was just hypothesizing there. I was just thinking about like, you know, what does it actually mean to go? Because I'm sort of thinking, if anyone's watching this and they're interested in applying, like what's gonna, you know, make someone want to stick with this or like do it? Like, you know, what's the pull there? So yeah.
One of the pulls, I think, for at least some of the people who've attended in the past, and certainly for me, is having a biennial kind of workshop is quite a good cycle for redrafting.
Yeah.
It gave me a bit of a deadline to have something which kind of was legible to produce something. You know, I don't have that a lot. particularly as like many artists with graphic novels, don't have a publisher, so don't have those kind of important deadlines which occur just by virtue of having a machine at the end of the process. So it's a different type of machine, and one which I think I value on an emotional level. It's got nothing to do with sort of finance or fame or anything. But having that really strong connection with fellow artists. So yeah, that's I'm more likely to finish my book because the comic art workshop's coming around in 2 years' time. So that's pretty interesting.
Definitely. Like, I think having goals is really good, being like accountable to other people and knowing that you have to have something to send to everyone because you've agreed to come and this is what you've got. I think that's probably really valuable for a lot of people. Certainly was for me. I think that something with you touched on something there about like the safety of this space, and I think that's that's something that's really valuable. Is that it's it's a space where we're talking about something that each person's project is something they've invested so much time and emotional energy into. And I think that in the past comic art workshops, we've really been great at maintaining a safe space about that. Like, people are respectful of projects and what you've done with it. And so the critique and criticism like come from a really like genuine, heartfelt place. Oh, Max Lowe is on there, and Max is saying, yes, Eleri. Thank you for agreeing with me on the safe space, Max. I'm glad. Yeah. So I think that's probably like a really big cornerstone of the whole process, is like that, going into the workshop space and being able to trust people. And like, I'm pretty I kind of am a bit of I'm often very jarred when people tell me critiques about my work. My partner and I often have like arguments about like him saying this doesn't work, and I'm like, why not? What do you want me to do differently? And then I walk away, and 20 minutes later I'm like, oh, he's really right, and I need to change that and stuff. So we have like 14 other people telling me, well, that doesn't work, or like, you need to do this sort of a thing. Initially I'm like, okay, I know I have to like sit on this for a moment and then come back to it. But the notes that I have from each workshop, like, honestly frame a huge portion of the project as I work through it. It's like really valuable to me. And I know that about myself and the way that I listen to other people, which is sometimes not as well as I could listen to some people. So yeah, it's good to learn about yourself.
I wonder if anyone could say that that's easy. An interesting conversation, which I think I remember having perhaps with Campbell Whyte and maybe a couple of others around a table somewhere, and perhaps it was Jogjakarta, was like, how do you replicate core outside of that particular framework? Like, how do you fit something like that into your everyday lives? And I was trying to think of like, would writing groups amongst a small number of people that you meet up on a very regular basis and sort of have like some sort of formal structure, would that sort of result in a similar thing? And I'm sure it could, but something about the scale of comic art workshop having that many people is just sort of creates a slightly different kind of a tone almost. But yeah, it's curious. And yeah, anyway, I'm not sure where I'm going with that, which is typical of me. If anyone's been in a workshop with me, I often lose my train of thought halfway through, and it's very embarrassing doing it in public in front of a bunch of people I don't know, but that's fine. What else is in your document there that you need to talk about, Eleri? Is any other questions from the public, perhaps? I didn't get many.
Oh, so dates. Do we want to tell people the actual date for it? Let me open my calendar and go through to November. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I can remember off the top of my head. It's November 14, 2021 through to November 26, 2021. So coming in on a Sunday up at Urungabili for the first week, second week, leaving on the Friday, which is the 26th of November. We've just booked the accommodation. You have to book for this number of people well in advance. So, COVID willing, it'll go ahead. I guess our backup plan would be to just push it back another year if things went pear-shaped. But, hopefully it doesn't. It seems like things...
Sarah first wants us to talk about how we select people. So Josh and I will not be selecting people. We are outsourcing this to an academic. So for the first comic art workshop series, Liz McFarlane was the academic who's in charge of applications, and we'll do the same thing, which is writing a letter to it was a letter to Liz, and the basically explaining your project and like what you wanted to do with the workshop and with the project as well. So it's not like a really formal application process. Yeah.
In addition, I might say that the person we're outsourcing to is also a comic artist, so not just an academic, they're a practitioner.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we're the way that we wanted it to continue was that there was a third party helping with that process, so that like Josh and I will obviously, like, you know, there are things with people, you know, where we might be like, oh, but they're my best friend and I really want them to come, you know. And I think that needs to be like something that's taken a step back from with the directors. And so hard to know what will be looked for in the applications, but I think that there'll be like we'll probably have to have a sit down about what Liz was looking for and that sort of thing with the new person. Are we going to say? Should we say who they are? Is that appropriate? I don't know. We haven't confirmed.
Yeah. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because at the time of applications, their name will come up anyway because you have to write a letter to them. It's Jan Yelkin-Kaya from Sydney, and he works at Macquarie University and also does quite interesting comics and is, you know, a very thoughtful and intelligent human, I think. So I think he'll bring quite an interesting sort of point of view into that process.
Yeah. I'm sort of excited to like hear about, like, you know, I'm really excited for lots of new people to apply with different projects. Like we want to open this one up. So the last few years it's been because it was a 3-year series. Like there was preference given to people returning with their same project to like get longer feedback, and that's something we'll talk about in the symposium later on today in the section on people who's ongoing with their projects. So this new set, we're going to place more emphasis on bringing new people in to hopefully foster them through another few years. Is the idea. What will be required as part of the application? It will be a letter, writing a letter. That's all. Yeah, writing a letter to Jan. Yeah. What else did we need to talk about? Was there anything? Does anyone else have any other questions?
I've got a question for you, Eleri. Yeah. I sort of alluded to it before, but I want to hear from you what your experience has been. Like, you know, your comic art workshop's over, and you've gone home to several different places because you've been moving around the last few years. But you've gone back to your place of residence to work on your project. How have you, either emotionally or even just, you know, literally found that the comic art workshop experience has helped you at that point when you're back home?
So I come back with my big stack of notes from everybody, and then usually I have to take some time away, often because, quite frankly, it's in November, and so the holiday season immediately follows, and I have this sort of enforced time with my family away from my project, which I think is really important for me as a person who can be a bit of a workaholic. So then I take some time away, and then I will come back to the project where I'm at, and I'll start mapping out what I can achieve for the next year within that project, like what I want. And of course, it's a comic, so it takes me 80 bajillion years to like actually do the work. So I'm always really optimistic about when that's going to be. So yeah, that's sort of what I do. But like in regards to the other aspect of the comic art workshop, which is the community building stuff, like this is a hard year to talk about that because most of the events that we would go to, like this sticky zine fair, you know, like those sorts of like additional comics related events are where like my relationships with people have been reinforced. You know, to like, I don't know how to put this, but we have a continued communication channels through like group chats and stuff where we still talk about each other's work, and people will put up more drafts of what they've been doing if anyone wants to have a read through. So it's like there's no obligation to anyone in that. You know, the how do you put this? That is still a really big part of it, is the continual relationship stuff. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Well, it totally makes sense to me because I know what you're talking about. But, you know, I suspect what you're saying is that the bond we have can withstand pandemics, but also we have like private group chats where our relationship continues and our support of each other through those channels continues. So
yeah. So Keith wants to know when applications will open, and I think that will be May next year. Is that the plan? That was the plan, wasn't it?
I look around there, and yeah, it's not locked in stone, but if you jump on the email list, you won't miss the application window. We'll certainly be sending out an email. It's a tiny letter.
Emails. Let's be real, Josh. Josh, who is a Luddite that loves social media, there will be tweeting about it. There'll be Instagram posts. I'll be like, sub-tweeting every cartoonist in Australia.
So yeah, I do run the social media, and I certainly run the email account. So hopefully you won't miss it. But around April, May, we haven't fully locked that down. Yeah.
And we should probably say that. So the Comic Art Workshop is being funded. So it's run by, we're volunteers. We don't get paid for this. This is what we're doing for fun. And it's and funding. Funding is we're like looking for funding in the form of grants and then also crowdfunding. So I don't know if you guys saw, but we had a puzzle fundraiser Kickstarter recently, and we're going to be still selling those puzzles for some time. Have you got one there, Josh? Are you reaching around for a puzzle?
It's a good question. So I haven't got one here. I
arrived and I didn't know.
So how do you fund an arts organisation in this era? Is a big thing, which I imagine a lot of people in the arts community are sort of, if not aware of, they're slowly becoming aware of. Grants all over Australia are suddenly talking about the number of people applying for their grants, and I mean, it makes sense. Lots of arts organisations and funding structures have collapsed. Not all, of course, but like the ones that haven't collapsed are suddenly being inundated with, like, 3, 4, sometimes tenfold the number of people applying. So certainly when Eleri and I took over the directorship and suddenly COVID occurred, I started to kind of put my mind to, like, all right, what effect does that have on arts funding? Because we certainly need an arts grant to help us run the next workshop. It can't run on fees alone, and certainly if we hiked the fees up, that would affect maybe the diversity of people who apply. It might really scare off certain types, and we want to keep it as diverse a community as we can. So started to concoct other ways of doing it. So I invented this crazy puzzle campaign to, I got Pat Grant to give me some of his artwork and make an amazing 1,000-piece puzzle. And it's a really interesting rabbit hole I went down to see how we could sort of make that happen. Yeah. But of course, COVID's also affected shipping. I knew it would, so I built in a false deadline so that I could get the puzzles in time to then post them to everyone and also send it out to shops. That deadline has come and gone. They have just passed customs in Melbourne 2 days ago, I think, and I'm not quite sure exactly where the shipment is, and it's difficult to get information about that. So I won't be able to get them into shops before Christmas, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a, it's just, we have
a sale on our big cartel, don't we?
You can buy them, and I'll have to ship them to you as we get them. You can get them either through the Comic Art Workshop, bigcartel.com. You can get them through my little publishing website, which is sankesto.com. And so you can buy them online, and 100% of the puzzle money will go directly to helping us run our workshop next year. Yeah. We will still apply for grants because, we've got a pretty solid track record. We punch well above our weight, I think, in terms of bang for your buck if you're an arts funding body. But there's just no guarantees in the next year. So
we just don't know what it looks like. So Jolene Alexandra wants to know how the different workshop locations have influenced the actual workshop itself, or how it was run.
Do you want to go with that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So the first workshop on Mariah Island, I described when I left as one of the best experiences of my life. So I'm definitely the wrong person to ask this question to, because I was like high on new friends and enthusiasm for comics at a time in my life when I really needed it. And being on Maria Island was perfect for me because I'm from Tasmania and I love Maria Island and I love camping. I love the outdoors. I love being, in an isolated space where I'm required to build fires and that's my jam, like that was me in my element, really. You can tell in the photos. If you ever look at the photos, there's like the picture of me, like with doing my rock star pose. I'm like, this is it, baby. But I'm sure that for other people who are not quite as into the camping thing, that might have, made it actually more difficult to be there because there's things about being cold or being uncomfortable or having to walk through a field of goose poo to have a shower that, might be a bit difficult. So I think that would influence the way that people felt about that particular workshop. But I think that a benefit of it being really isolated was that we were all very focused on what we were doing. We were focused on our art and our art practice. And then the next trip was next workshop was in Jogjakarta at Crack Studios. And, Jogja is a really big, busy, hot city, and it's so stimulating. It was kind of amazing. Like we went to some art openings and stuff, and we went to the Ubud Writers Festival in the middle weekend, like flew out and in. It's just such a different vibe. And I feel like I got a lot out of that one as well, but it was a very different experience, partially because, there's like a different environment and you're older and there's a different, you probably have a different project, or in my case, I'd finished part of what I thought was the first part of my project, and I was going to be working on another part, which I have literally never done for other reasons that we can talk about at another time. But for me, I felt like Jogja, I was so, in a way that after Maria Island, I felt really energized. I think at the end of Jogja, I felt very drained by that, but that's partly me as a person and what I get from an environment. So I feel like the locations influence the way that people feel, and that influences the workshop itself, because essentially at the end of the day, the workshop is just the people. And because Dangar Island was smaller and more chill and relaxed, and there was sort of less expectations on what we had or what we were going to be discussing or that, the workshop series was still really robust and, important discussions, but it wasn't, it was just more casual than Jogja was, but not as isolated as Maria Island, because you could still call your boyfriend if you wanted to, and I think that, that sort of extra, it's not quite remote, but so for Urangabilly, where there's no phone reception and it is in the mountains, I think probably the fact, I wanted to pick that, I picked that location because, I didn't pick it. Josh also, helped make a decision on it. It's not like this was, we are co-directors, right, Josh? Right? There's a partnership. But for me, that's more of what I like to see in the workshop. It's what I really enjoyed about Mariah, was the isolation and the focus on art and being there with people. But I mean, I don't want to sort of sound like the Jogja experience was amazing as well, and the workshopping was just as good in all of them. I think the workshopping has always been really great. So the main point of you being there is always excellent. Sarah wants us to talk about from the previous workshops, what has worked really well with the approach and personalities, and what has caused issues or friction, and how do you emotionally prepare for that? Josh, I'm going to throw this one to you.
Sure. I've always been, I've always been quite struck with how there's been a lot less friction than I expected.
Yeah.
16 or so people, together for 2 weeks, what do you get? But I think maybe this also, particularly on Maria Island and maybe Dangar Island, the environment question probably also plays a significant part in that. When you're out in a sort of much more international park or something like that, you have your intense workshops, which are cognitively demanding, but then you can decompress afterwards by just going out into nature. And I think that was a very strong part of particularly the Maria Island experience, and I hope that that's going to be similar with Urangabilly. I think Eleri's hope is that we can almost replicate, I guess, the Maria Island experience up in that particular mountain location, which I think could work.
replicating. I just think that if you have a new group of people being like, we're forcing you to bond with each other. No, I'm joking. Like,
No, yes.
I'm curious. So when you, like Sarah asked about emotionally preparing, I think that I think you need to be aware of what you need as a person before going to that. So like, I love hanging out with people and things, but I also really need space, which I think a lot of people who work in comics do. So I, when we were on Mariah Island, I was getting up in the morning at the crack of dawn and going for an hour and an hour and a half long walk by myself to kind of prepare myself for the day, and like being able to talk, having the energy to talk to everyone. And then in Jogja, it was kind of like, well, I can retreat to my room or like go for a walk, but like also by myself, but like not be engaging with people in that way. And that for me was emotionally prepare.
Well, yeah, I think understanding what the environment will provide is probably going to be part of that. I mean, I guess the reason I think a lot of people found the Jogja experience a little bit more tiring is because, I mean, the workshop experience is very demanding. And then the environment of Jogja for many people, particularly had never been, traveled in Southeast Asia, who came from, Australia perhaps, that was also provided its challenges. So that's, I think that's certainly one aspect. I think the environment and understanding what you're going to is going to help you prepare for it. Also, the dealing with other people, and I mean that's tricky, but I think there'll be the one thing in the past, which I'm hoping will continue, is that the selection of people, I think, has always been always had that in mind. Trying to have a group of people who are mindful and sensitive of other people's emotions, and I think that's actually been another amazing strength of CAW, is the selection of people. Maybe or maybe not. They may not have been the greatest comic artists of Australia, but they were certainly a really excellent group to put together, and now they're producing great art. And I think Liz McFarlane
my work personally is absolute garbage, so I was clearly only selected because everyone.
Yeah, that's total garbage. But yeah, I mean, there'll be myself and Eleri. Will I mean, if frictions ever arise, that's certainly something that we're going to work towards making sure that we can deal with that appropriately, and in as supportive a way as possible, given that we're going to be in a remote location. That's something I'm mindful of. It's a bit difficult to predict what that situation might be beforehand, but we're going to keep that in mind.
The thing I would probably emphasize here with thinking about that is that like the people who came to each workshop were incredible people, and I feel like having the workshop in Mariah, the workshop on Jogja, the workshop in Denga, like it was just like every time was like a really awesome group of people. And I feel like I think in some ways, if you go into a workshop just expecting the best from people, like hoping for that, I think that's what reflects back. Does that make sense? Like, this is ultimately an experience everyone wants to have as a positive experience. So yeah, that would be, being positive about it. What else do we need to talk about? We've got 10 minutes left, and then we have to move on to the actual start of the symposium, and I better put a better shirt on than my dodgy old nib thing so that I look fancier.
Oh, nibs. It's a worthy shirt. Check out my shirt. That's my shirt.
Worthy. It's great. Yeah, I've got Benjamin Franklin taking a selfie on my shirt. So, is there anything else that we haven't covered? What do we want to talk about here? Plans for succession. So our plans are that Josh and I will not run this forever. Probably we're only going to run this next workshop. And the idea is that we're going to hope that this is a community organisation. We're hoping that people that will continue to want it to exist enough to put their hand up to take over planning for the next one in 2023 after we're done. And that will be that will be how this is maintained, is through a network of volunteers, basically. Yeah, doing what we're doing. Yeah, and this has actually been really interesting for me. So I took this on knowing that I was only going to be working part-time this year. And it has been has been turned out to be quite a lot of stuff. And I know that I've made more work for myself by putting on this, like this symposium, but we really wanted to do something like this to reach out to the community and be like, this is what it's about, and this is what we're hoping to do next year if you want to apply, or even if you want to apply, if this continues to happen further down the track, like just having this awareness this can exist. Yeah. Campbell wants to know, will there be a core graduates program?
What would that look like?
Max is like, I second this.
So like, what? Hang on. What does that mean? Campbell, tell us what that means. Is that like we all go, all the people who've graduated from core, like, I mean, you obviously have to have a ceremony with mortar hats, or, I don't know, and then we all go off and
I think
it's like
people who finished with core getting up again and hanging out. I mean, we can totally just organise that at some point. We can just go hang out. Do we get hats? Sarah wants to know. I can make some hats. Why not? Let's make some hats.
We can all go to Perth and hang out with Campbell Whyte and his wife Liz, and we could do it out there. You can organise that, Campbell. Excellent, great. Yeah, delegated. What a director.
So Campbell is saying, so core for the new people in the cycle, and then the second core is for the people who've already done the cycle, so us old folks don't clog up the system. I think that's probably a real thing for us, is that like Josh and I we've gotten a lot out of this program, and we want to continue in order for other people to get something out of it, and to be a circle of life. But I would totally, once we've done with organising this, I would be up for organising like some more, like just getting together with people who are finished core graduates. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah. Well,
it might be enough, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a little intermission sign for the next 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna change my shirt and have a little break. Is that okay? And we'll come back in 10 minutes. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna leave this stream running. Is that okay?
That's okay. Am I in the next panel, or am I out with the next panel? I'm happy to leave.
What is the next panel?
Discussion for off air. I'm so professional, aren't I?
I'm not very professional with it. I actually can't even. I should have put this in a document in front of myself.
That's right. I'll thank you for chatting to me, Eleri. It's been fun. I hope everyone applies to core next year.
Yeah, me too. I really hope they do, and I'm so glad that everyone's. So, Ambitious Comic Support Program is next. So it is actually you, Josh. So you do have to come back. So
okay. I'll see you in a sec.
Yeah, so next up will be Thi Bui, Max Lowe, and Owen Heitmann, and Josh Santospirito. I can't pronounce your last name. I'm terrible.
Oh, I've known you for years. I've spent quality time on islands with you, Eleri.
It's not a thing that I do.
All right.
All right. This is where I make a sign. This is where everyone awkwardly watches me make a sign. So hang on one second. Josh, do you want to like sing to everyone for a second while I make my sign?
Are you literally making a sign? Like you're walking off to, like you're going to place it in front of, that's awesome. I don't know if I feel.
I've got some pencils, coloured pencils, and I'm going to make a intermission sign.
They're so cute, Eleri. Maybe I should just stay here. Well, no, I'm just going to leave. Behind me is a painting by a friend of mine, Amber Coralick Stevenson, and I'm just going to put the screen on that, and we can all just gaze at its gloriousness. She was here last night. We had a Moonshed exhibition opening. We had a little exhibition in my shed, and she was here hanging out, drinking beer. It was Abby Rothery was the artist. She did some paintings and stuck it up in the shed. And this is Amber's art. Just going to leave it on that and come back in 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Just going to put on another pot of coffee.
Hello.
Hey, and just put the kettle on.
Cool. I've just realised I forgot to send everyone the link because I'm a...
While you're sending people the link, I can just mention some of the other questions I saw on the Facebook thing. Nathaniel from Kapow has asked me what I was eating. I haven't actually finished it because I was too busy talking, but I was eating a very large croissant with some local Tasmanian honey. It's delicious. Thank you for your question. Jin Hien Lau in Sydney from the Read to Me gang, in his usual style, hasn't asked a question, he's made a statement. It's just a statement he wrote. I woke up in pain this morning. Thank you for your statement.
Is that because you were eating too many chips covered in truffle oil? Because I know that was my problem. So I drove from Sydney to Canberra this morning at 5 a.m, which was why I look slightly crazed and disorganized. That is actually part of my normal look, but it's more enhanced because I spent 3 hours in the car driving to do this. Yes. Okay. Max, hello. Hello, Max.
Oh, I didn't realize you added me in. I thought I was backstage.
Yeah, that's all right. Are you wearing your pajamas again?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I did promise to, so.
I'm impressed with early. What time is it for you right now?
It's 7.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice to put you getting up at like 5 in the morning.
Us on the internet, so.
Anyway, yeah, I'm actually just drawing at the moment, so.
Okay.
What are you doing, man?
Oh, yay, Owen's here.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I think now we're just waiting for.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you sound beautiful.
Ah, thank you. You too.
So maybe I should just
We're live?
we are live.
Yes, we are live.
There are 25 people watching,
All right.
just so you know.
I'll stop swearing constantly.
Max, what are you drawing?
Sorry, what?
What are you drawing?
I think okay. Eleri has seen this piece already. It's the one that I kind of asked her for some feedback on.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like I'm not sure if it's clear enough, but they're not in panels yet because it's kind of a scrolling thing. So I'm just drawing elements that I'll be manipulating digitally later.
It's going to be pretty cool when you're done. Oh, T is sending a message. T, I sent you an email. Check your email.
Oh.
Just let me put that in there again. There we go. All right.
What's the title? What's the title of this panel? This is I'm just trying to remember what.
This is an ambitious comics.
Ambitious comics project. Yeah. I think.
We're actually just talk about how to help each other through making long comics projects. Yeah, that's the goal. Hi. How's everyone feeling this morning?
Well, I'm okay.
What's the time there, Max?
7. Sorry.
He hasn't got a giant stack of pancakes this Sunday either. So.
Would you like me to go to the kitchen and do it like last week?
The boys at home, we were watching Max make a giant stack of beautiful pancakes while we tested this last week. The boys at home, we were watching Max make a giant stack of beautiful pancakes while we tested this last week.
Echo. Are you? Oh.
Oh, geez, sorry. Okay. Hi, that was a loud entrance.
I'm here.
I see.
Hi, I'm here. Wait, I feel like I missed class or something. How did you all know how to log in?
I just sent an email with the link to everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start this then. So this is the Ambitious Comics Support Group, and I'm going to read the Welcome to Country again. So, or the land acknowledgement. Sorry. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the different lands on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples tuned in here today. I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and with me today I have Thi Bui on the lands of the Fruition, part of the unceded land of the Chochenyo Oholani, Joshua Santospirito, sorry Josh, in Luna, on the land of the Wulina people of the Palawa Nation, Owen Heitmann, living and working on Ghana country, Max Lowe, who lives in Selangor, Malaysia, which is the traditional land of the Temuan tribe Orang Asli. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Great. So everyone here is at a different stage in making and finishing graphic novels, but they're all very familiar with balancing life, paid work, and bringing their sequential art dreams to fruition. So we're going to talk here about supporting yourself emotionally and financially through the really big comics project. So I kind of wanted to do a little bit of a workaround so everyone can talk a little bit about their project and like where they're at with their projects and like how that is, and the types of things they've learned maybe from this project or from different projects. So T, I want to start with you because you've started a project with the Comic Art Workshop that you put aside and started working on something else. And so can you sort of talk us through that a little bit?
Oh, yeah. So I started, you're talking about the climate change book, right?
Yeah.
So the nice thing about the climate change book was that I just convinced the same publisher who had signed a contract with me for that book to let me switch to this other book. So all of the advance and stuff stays the same. And they've been really, they've just been really agreeable this whole time about like the ambitious timeline that I'd set out for myself. And then when I realized that I was going to need to do more research and that life was getting in the way, they said, cool, we'll just take it off the schedule. And then the last meeting I've had with them, they're like, well, the book's ready when it's ready. So I've been really lucky. And so I haven't had professional pressures that way to put out something before it was done.
Yeah. So at the moment where you're at is you've finished this secondary project and now you're like deciding what to do next or where you want to focus your attention?
No, the secondary project is not done yet. It's the research is like almost done, but now I have to figure out like just how to make it a good book. So I think that, life has been kind of chaotic in the US these last few years. And that has both gotten in the way of my progress on the book and also enriched it a lot. So the last like really breathless manuscript that I wrote was at the end of the summer, and it included like the summer's uprisings, starting with the George Floyd protests at the end of May. Because the current book is about like Asian Americans and immigrant detention and deportation. But once you start looking at that, then you start looking at prisons and the like mass incarceration in the US, and that's a really big subject that's like usually talked about within an African American lens. So then I started dealing with like race relations, and so like there's a lot happening currently that really feeds into that. And instead of like feeling unwieldy, like it's this thing that's gotten too big, I actually feel like it's current events are helping me figure out the book. I'm still kind of writing, actually. I don't want to draw anything and then have to throw it all away because it's wrong structurally. So I'm still trying to figure out like the shape of the whole thing. Yeah, I'm way behind, but it feels good.
That's how this all works, right? And I think that one of the things you're talking about there is like going with something that you're enthusiastic about.
Yeah.
And like I feel like one of the things that like I think we sort of we talked about before, where it's like enthusiasm for projects. If you're not wanting to be there, it's really difficult to get there and finish a project. And like sometimes it's better to swap out to something smaller for a little while, or like work on something completely different and make more calls on it.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, like all the work is a grind, but it shouldn't be like that when you're writing it, I don't think.
No. What do you think, Owen? You've just you've finished another draft of the project that you took to the Comic Art Workshop in Indonesia, and you set that aside for a little while to do other things as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I did set it aside, but I didn't really realize that I thought I was still working on it. I just thought that, like I had this mindset that I needed to put aside a big chunk of time to process the feedback and like then, really concentrate on the manuscript and devote myself to it fully. So I was like, I just need, a couple of full days, maybe a week. And then like, so I thought that I was still working on it and I was just waiting for the right time. And then I realized that it had been a year and I hadn't done anything on it because I have a busy life somehow, and I never have a couple of days or a week to devote myself to it fully. And that's why the third core on Dangar Island was really, really good for me, because it reinvigorated me and reconnected me with that manuscript. And I sort of just had to change that mindset of needing to put aside a big time and just thinking I need to chip away at it instead. And so I came back from Dangar Island and I drew up a spreadsheet with a calendar and just said, like, have you done at least half an hour's work on the book today, with like a yes or no tick. And then so instead of trying to put aside big chunks of time, I was just trying to find a little bit of time. And if I can't find half an hour in a day, then that's a really busy day. So, and that helped me get through from where I had been, which is, basically stuck at about 30%. And then now I've finished the second draft. So that was the process I used for that.
That's really cool. So you're like looking at the Comic Art Workshop gave you a way to retool your emotion and your emotional connection to your piece that got you to restart. That's really cool to hear. Thanks.
Yeah, well, like you and Josh were talking about in the previous session, just that connection of being for 2 weeks surrounded by people who live and breathe comics the same way you do. I mean, I live with my partner who also does comics, so it's not actually, it shouldn't be that different, but having the different perspectives, it helped.
Yeah. Well, Max, can I get you to talk about your big project? Because I'm in my day job is working as a features editor, so I actually work with Max all the time on little projects. But I don't know where Max is at with his larger project that he took to the Comic Art Workshop.
I feel really called out by this, but yeah, I mean, in relation to the project, I would say that I have actually reworked the script a couple of times. It's still nowhere close to completion, I would say, but definitely a lot more structured than before. But yeah, so I actually managed to do like tiny pieces also along the way. Like so far I did another one for New Narrative, which is a company in Singapore, but it was just like examining the hawker culture, you know, over here in this part of the world. So it was also kind of a proof of concept on what I was like that I'm planning to do, because the whole thing, as you know, when I was at the workshop in Yogyakarta, and it was very much like, how do you structure it? Do you structure it around a certain food item, or do you structure it around the issues you want to cover? So I would say for me now, it's kind of like it's still the in between of like I think I'm still going to base it regionally, but yeah, it's still like it still plays in my mind a lot. So that's why, as I told you guys, I'm still reading, but I think I've reached a point where it's like, you know what, no matter how much reading you do, you're never going to be able to like be, like, how do I say, always feel confident enough to be like, you know, a subject matter expert kind of thing. So yeah, anyway, that's more of a comment on myself than the whole process, you know.
Well, like, this is a big thing, right? Is like getting bogged down in research. Like, when do you take the point where you're like, I've done all of the research and these are the things that I want to focus on? And like Thi talking about structure, like how you structure a piece, particularly like you're both working in non-fiction. And for me, that's like, it's fiction in some ways is a little bit easier, because you can kind of be like, well, I want this to, you know, I need this, you know, emotional moment to happen at this time. So you can change things around much more easily than you can when you're trying to explain something, or like, you know, delve into real life situations.
Yeah, so for me, it kind of reached the point where, like, you know what, even if you get published today, any information you include will be dated by the time it comes out. So so that's why that's my struggle, you know. It's a mental thing, I would say.
Yeah. Well, how does that affect your relationship with your work, that you like worrying about like the content of it, how you frame it in a way that makes it more timeless?
Kind of like grappling and accepting. I mean, I've only recently reached the point where like I accepted that, you know what, no matter how, as long as like it exists in fact, even if it's not too dated, I would give it a like. At first I thought it was like, okay, maybe like, you know, the 3 years would be considered recent, but nowadays I'm like, you know what, 10 years is fine. Because the thing is, research is expensive, and in Southeast Asia, usually numbers aren't tracked that well. And I think it also comments on like how much money is dedicated to research as compared to the West. So a lot of like statistics, even like for fishing statistics, recently I read a paper on like fisheries in Southeast Asia, and they were doing like this study from how industrial fishing kind of affected Southeast Asia, from the traditional small stakeholder fishermen into how it transitions to industrial fishing when it was introduced. So the numbers were, a lot of it were very much like the researcher just going into the figures of here's how we estimated the catch, you know, and how we portioned out the percentage of catch within smallholders and industry. So, and the thing is, the research was done by a Malaysian, but she was like based in Canada, you know. So like obviously over here, and it covered like Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. So and you realize a lot of times, most of the time, money for research isn't that readily available in this part of the world. Anyway,
I mean, it's about like trying to take what you can get as well to fit. This is I actually am working on a sort of a proof of concept for my large project right now, which is about fertility treatment. And I was trying to find stats on like adoption rates in different countries, and they're impossible. Like the US didn't keep them, There's like no readily available. And I had in my head, in my script, and the point that I wanted to make, I was like, I know that this is a point because academics have made this point, but I can't find a graph that represents that research. And like that, this sounds like a small thing. Sometimes when you're talking about a massive project and you have heaps of these, and you spend 2 days like trying to find one tiny piece of information, like you can get really bogged down in this stuff, and and it's difficult to pull yourself out. And it's actually quite emotional because you're like, I am invested in finding this information.
It's hyperfixation.
Yeah, totally. So Josh, how you're working on 2 projects right now, but not actually working on one project. Can you talk us through what you're doing?
Yeah. I've got I've got this sort of big and unwieldy project, which is slowly getting whipped into some sort of form of shape called Sydney Purgatorio, which I'm working on with a friend of mine, Craig Sunrock. But I've been working on that for years. I brought that to the first 2 comic art workshops when it was still in a much more unwieldy form. But then in about 2018, I sort of put that just to one side. Well, actually, prior to that, I had sort of been moving between that and, another project. Whenever I was procrastinating from this project, I would go over to that project. So I've got a dog coming. And that was kind of a way of kind of still being productive, even though I was avoiding one project or the other. So I don't know if this is the best way to do it, though. Anyway, I realized that it may not be the best way to do it, and I just put the big project to one side and then just focused on a much more personal book called Swallows, which is just about my family connection to the immigration story, people moving across the planet, and just sort of my trying to find linkages to the past. And that was sort of part of an ongoing kind of discussion I had with my dad about family history and just my trying to understand my place in this world as a settler. And I think that was probably also emotionally what I needed to be looking at that particular point in my life. Just this project about Sydney is big and unwieldy, but it's also about something which is a little bit separate from me because I don't live in Sydney anymore, haven't for a long time, and I think I just needed to kind of focus on something which was more about me and my family, I guess. And actually having the comic art workshop this time last year provided me with the deadline to kind of just get that draft for that particular book in order. And that was also, a pretty good time to be doing that because I'd sort of quit my job after about 15 years of being a psychiatric nurse. I was a bit burnt out and just needed to grab all my savings and sort of preserve my mental sanity and just work on art for a while. And so I think that project about my family was also about, drawing lots of little pictures of my family and us bickering and having fun on a trip. I think was just really quite nurturing for me. So, and also just exploring stuff that I was interested in, like snorkeling on Dad's ancestral islands, which is, I went and did that and then I drew about it. It's just really a nice selfish thing to do, but which kind of was really good. So it was really fun to work on that graphic novel. I'm still working on it now. I haven't finished all the inking. I just haven't done the colouring and sort of trying to work my way back into doing the next stage, which is the colouring. And then, sorry.
I want to say, this is something that you're really pulling out here for me, Josh, which is this connection between your art and your feelings and what you're working through. And I think that that's something that maybe other people who are working in different fields don't have to experience all the time. It's if you're working on this, it's well, if my heart isn't in this, it's art. It's not going to be the best that I can make it if I don't care about it in this moment in time. And you kind of have to be respectful of yourself in that way. You definitely need to sit down, put your bum in a chair to actually sit down and draw something through. It's not going to happen if you procrastinate until the cows come home. But you need to have that sort of and maybe making a shift at different points in your life is the way that it needs to work to make the best stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think? Crickets.
Anyone wants to go?
Yeah.
Thi?
Yeah.
Take the mic. Go.
Yeah, when the pandemic started and shelter in place started, I was freaking out. I wanted to, be out there in the world like a journalist, but that was against orders. And so when an opportunity came to work with some journalists who were interviewing people about COVID-19, and they were looking for an illustrator, it was your colleagues at the NIB who approached me. Yeah, I was like, yes, I want to do that. Because it gave me a chance to like put my freaking out into something productive, and it meant like the turnaround was really tight. I had to produce quite a lot. We ended up doing 15 comics that came out weekly. So that was a lot, so I was definitely taking a break from the book. But it was good for me because it was helping me process like my very in the present feelings about something that was big, and there was no way around that. Like I could either just be depressed and unproductive, or I could shift my work to something else.
Yeah, I think that's really valuable to make a decision like that though as well, to be like, okay, I'm going to take on this project. Because I remember when your name came up as a suggestion for an artist, and we were all like, we don't know if Thi will take this on because you have this other project that you're working on. So like from a background perspective, it was kind of like, but it's always worth asking to see where people are at, because they might have changed, or they might be feeling like, actually, this is something that I feel like I need to do right now.
Yeah. The bonus is that because I was having to draw so much and so fast, I felt like I got some drawing muscles back, which can get kind of flabby when you're in the writing phase, right?
Yeah. Well, this is a thing to talk about maybe for other people, is that not everyone works in the same way. Like we're talking about writing a script and then doing the thumbnails and then making the final book. And that's kind of the accepted way of making a graphic novel, like a longer project. But a lot of people don't work that way. A lot of people rough things out or do an entire chapter and then do another bit of it. And it's not like quite in that sort of linear fashion as well, which is a different way of approaching something. Yeah. How do you guys, so I should maybe shift gears here a little bit. So talking about doing smaller projects, like there's like a little bit of money in that, but it's not like a whole lot. Like how people, this is getting into the nitty gritty, I know, and like no one needs to talk direct numbers, but how do you support yourself? Like we've talked about supporting yourself emotionally through picking and choosing your projects, but like how are we supporting ourselves financially through making an ambitious comic project like this?
Owen, do you want to go or should
do you want to go first?
No, you can go first. I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is the reason I was invited onto this panel, because like emotional support, it's not really my area of expertise, but financial support, that's where I like really nailing it. But I mean, so stop me if I just keep on talking forever.
Okay.
I mean, as you've mentioned a couple of times already, the reality behind a graphic novel is that it takes a long time to produce. And that was one of the reasons why I hadn't started one for a long time. Like there were two reasons. One, I didn't have an idea. I just wanted to create a graphic novel, and that's not a great reason to create one. It's better to have an idea. But two, once I had the idea, then I was like, oh, this is going to take a really long time. And I worked like a semi-full-time job, like for like 38-hour week. No, I don't remember what it was. So I just kept putting it off and working on smaller projects. And then on Leap Day 2016, I was made redundant from my job, which was amazing because I'd been there for nearly 8 years. And in Australia, we get long service leave. And in South Australia, if you've been at your job for more than 7 years, you get long service leave paid out pro rata. So I got redundancy pay. I got my long service leave paid out pro rata. I got all my annual leave paid out. And so all of a sudden, I got given a heap of money and I had nothing to do. So I thought, this seems like a good time to start my book. But then obviously, it's a long-term commitment, and even a big payout is only going to last for so long. So I did some investigating, and then I applied for some arts grants. And as you've covered earlier in the COVID situation, arts grants are much more popular than they were and harder to get, but I was very fortunate that I was able to get a grant from Arts South Australia to write the script, basically, because the periods that they support for and the amount they provide was not going to cover the whole book. So I went and had a chat to them, and they're like, I just break it down into phases, apply for one phase, and then if you get it, then you can apply for the next phase and so forth. And so that's what I did, and I ended up getting 3 successive arts grants from Arts South Australia, which was great because that meant that I could basically just, work on this comic book. It's not like I was living large or anything, but the grants covered the living costs, which I think is, that's pretty nice. So that's basically how I got through the first draft of the book financially. And then I was accepted into the second comic art workshop. And I applied for another grant through Copyright Agency, the Ignite Career Fund grant, which I'm not sure if they offer for travel anymore, but that funded me. Well, it defrayed some of the cost of going to Yogyakarta. So that was great also. And then I think, just sometime after we came back from Indonesia, some people I used to work with contacted me, and they're like, oh, hey, we're working at a new company now. And there's a role available that we think you'd be good for. And I was like, yeah, I'm doing comics now. And then they told me how much it paid and that it was contract only. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm very interested. So for a couple of years there, I was basically funding myself from arts grants. But now I work as a contractor, which is great because it pays quite well per day. But then I work about 5 days a month on average. And so that still gives me the... I'm still not living large, but it covers all my expenses and stuff.
So you're covering 2 different things here. So this is something that I really want to talk about, because there's always like these 2 different ways of people talking about big projects. One is like, go all, quit your job, just like, which is kind of like Josh right now is on, you called it sabbatical. Are you still on sabbatical? Is that what you're doing? But like being like, I'm going to focus entirely on this one project. And then there's the other school, which is probably like definitely more me, which is that I have to have something else to do all the time because I'm not very good at focusing on one thing at once. I just get crippled by the weight of the project and can't do anything. So I don't know, can we talk a little bit about that? Like how other people maybe have approached that?
Well, I think I'm a little bit more like you, Eleri. Like, what you're talking about is like a sprint versus a marathon, right? Yeah. So I'm more of a marathon runner because I can sprint, but I burn out very fast. So, that's why those are for the shorter projects, like stuff like from the NIP and all that. So, how I manage is like, I think I probably have to adapt like Owen's system of like kind of taking out a certain part of the day just to work on it, but I tend to at least need to get in the groove before. So mentally I have to prepare myself and all that. But to answer the previous question, for me, how do I keep it sustainable? All that, I don't work in comics, I work in healthcare. So that's the day job part of it. So, but the downside is that sometimes you just come back and all you want to do is just lie on your bed,
Yeah.
Yeah. So drawing is kind of like my little escape, or so called. So back. So do you want to go back to the marathon part of creating comics? Like
Yeah.
All right. So for me, I've also thought about it like, there are pit stops along the way. So the little projects kind of constitute those pit stops sometimes. Like, you can either treat them as distractions, or you can like treat them as like little pit stops as like, mental space away from your actual long-term project if you've been thinking a lot about it. So, but also in other ways, you have to like restructure your thinking, because sometimes the project that you're working on may require a different mindset or a different structure, but the upside of that is that sometimes you unlock new ways of thinking that you can kind of apply to your project as well.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely true. I mean, my day job is still comics, so all I do is comics related stuff. And sometimes, like you're talking about the burnout, like sometimes after I've just spent hours looking at scripts and thumbnails for things, I don't want to look at my own work. I just, you know, that's where my income comes from, is from comics editing. And that's like its own battle, right? Is like, I need to have a day job. I've never applied for an arts grant. So maybe I should give that a shot sometime. I don't know. In the States, there aren't that many available. It's like like geographic location matters a lot. Like if you live in Canada or the UK, then you might be able to access more arts grants than if you live in other countries. I don't know what Malaysia is like in terms of arts, but like
there are a few like private ones, and thankfully those operate usually on like some of them they go by project based, and like I think I heard this one by JIT more recently. It has been around for a long time, but it seems that a lot of my friends have applied for it before, so they focus on like projects that are based in Malaysia and ambitious projects as well, so they cut across all sorts of arts. So it could be you'll be competing with other people from others, like, you know, dance, theater, and all that. So yeah, they exist, but also at the same time, some of them, like, you know, require like proof of like your qualifications to carry out. So just like to see whether you can carry this project out to the end. So and also some of those that I've seen are very like focused on art. So for me, because I'm not a full-time artist, these are like the barriers I would face in that sense. But I understand why they do it, lah. So yeah, them's the breaks. But I have not actually applied for an arts grant yet.
Yeah. Well, Thi, can you talk a little bit about how you manage, because you get book advances and then you're also teaching as well at the same time. Like, is that like, how has that been working out for you now that you're a best-selling author?
Oh yeah, well, no, royalties are great. It's nice, definitely nice to get royalty checks twice a year from your book that was successful. But where the real money comes, actually, for me, is through speaking. It's the reason why I was traveling so much these last, before COVID, I was traveling a lot, speaking at colleges and universities mostly, by invitation. And I'm expensive. Like it's how I afford to do activist work for free. It's like I balance it out by just really charging out the wazoo and like having no qualms about it, because I figure, you know, they don't pay me, they're paying somebody else this money. So I've learned to be pretty good at like just asking for a lot of money. I learned it from like getting a literary agent, like the idea that you don't have to be grateful for everything, that you're actually worth something, and you can actually ask for your worth. And then also talking to other people about what they make. I'm like, oh, yeah. So I'm also not a big spender like Owen. So, you know, I just made a lot of money and saved it. Part of that is because you have to pay a lot of taxes when your income isn't entirely freelance. But the other is like, because I was like just saving the money and not like, you know, buying a fancy car or anything, then I had money to pad this year when I wasn't able to travel to do this kind of speaking gigs, and I was able to just hole up and work on comics that paid a lot less. And then, you know, teaching has been adjunct until this year. Now I'm a ranked faculty member, so that comes with like really nice things like health insurance, which is awesome. Yeah, and more stability. But the real bonus money, like that makes everything easier, is like money from speaking engagements.
See, this is the thing I think a lot of people don't realize with like making a graphic novel or a comic project is that like the dividends might come further down the track. Like when you're working on a project by yourself, when you're backing yourself in like a, you know, whether it's with your day job or like trying to get a grant to like work solidly on a project, like that might ultimately be leading you to a more feasible, longer term career in comics. maybe it's not through speaking gigs, maybe it's through like just being a regular illustrator for a big newspaper or something.
Right.
There's like so many different ways of cobbling together that type of income. But I think that that's there are so many different ways that people are both productive in whatever the structure is that they're doing. Like I know that for some people that I work with, someone's in a busy place. Having right. Like some people like find trying to get freelance work so draining that it means working on a project by them like is not worth it. Like it's much easier to have a day job like a healthcare job or whatever that is not related to your actual comics practice. So I think that's something for people to be aware of about themselves, and it might not be something you realize until you do something crazy like quit your job and then like start doing things. So Josh, I want to ask you about what that's like quitting your profession to just focus on art for a little while.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I do consider myself focusing entirely on art, but maybe I am. I haven't really thought about it in those terms. But I mean, I did work for 15 years as a nurse, and probably the last 8 years of those, I cut down to 4 days a week, which I thought was a good way of extending my longevity as a nurse. Like I was starting to feel a bit burnt out, but when I cut down from 5 days to 4 days, just because I had an amenable manager who said I could do that, it certainly kept me in the profession for longer. And I tried to dedicate my Friday to my art day, which sometimes worked, sometimes didn't. But I think perhaps part of this discussion, I think I liked how Max put it, that I think in my head, I think a lot of in terms of the discipline, and maybe that also speaks a bit to what Owen was talking about, that doing a little bit every day. And I think a lot of writers do that sort of thing. And I really tried to apply that to my long projects whilst I was working as a nurse. And my Friday, I'd try and chip away at the big projects, and I find you look back after not very long and you realise you produced a lot. And I found that keeps you going as well, seeing your progress. But then I quit my job after I had a new manager, which wasn't very good, and I was a bit burnt out, and I just needed to stop being a nurse after a decade and a half. But that doesn't equate to suddenly working full time on your art project, and I didn't actually even put that pressure on myself to suddenly just work entirely on my art project. Lee Ragozzi turned up at my house not long after I quit my job and said, "Can we turn your shed into an art studio?" So we spent several months, making my shit heap of a shed into like this great little kind of arts events kind of space. So that was a very different thing. I found my life filled very quickly with other art projects. So it didn't necessarily mean that I was doing my big projects, but it did mean that I could dedicate sort of chunks of time. I guess Owen was talking about that before as well, like, where I could sort of do sections of the comic, like achievable chunks of it. Yeah. I couldn't sort of work on solidly on that for forever. Like I was like, okay, I'm just going to do the penciling in the lead up to the comic art workshop. I'm now just going to only focus on the inking, because that probably is only going to take a month or two, and I think I could probably do that. And with a bit of discipline, I did. And I'm thinking I'll probably do that, something similar, sort of set aside a month or two to just focus on the colouring. And I think that's achievable. But I've got, I sort of started painting, and I've got other sort of art practices, and I still play lots of music, and I've got a fairly big performance coming up in January, which is sort of taking up a lot of my headspace. So I still have, just like I did as a nurse, I still have lots of competing kind of things going on, which are taking part of my sort of executive thinking space. And sometimes I feel like my brain's been pulled in lots of different directions, just like it was when I had a day job that demanded a lot of me sort of mentally and emotionally, and then my art practice, which also has its own sort of demands. So I don't know if there's any easy fix, and I think it is just a marathon, regardless of what sort of formation your life is around the art, your art practice. So
yeah. I mean, a graphic novel or a graphic novel. So we sort of, the Comic Art Workshop describes it as an ambitious comic project, and I feel like in some way like I'm the representative of that, because my comic was not a graphic novel; it was a web comic, and that's a serialized webcomic. So it's like a different style of things, but it is still like a big slog. Like it takes a long time. It took me 2 years to draw 60 pages, which seems absurd when you put it out. But when you're talking about the research side of things and like laying things out, it's like actually that takes a really long time. So, you know, having the having your brain pulled in different directions, I think is just the reality of like having an experience of working on a long project. It's just that you choose how much of your brain is being pulled in one direction or another, you know? Yeah, and how you make that balance work. I know that for me, and this is not applicable to basically anyone else on this panel, but having a kid really changed my working abilities and my hours, and like, you know, having, you know, Thi was talking about like the crisis of the last 12 months, like I was living in Portland, Oregon in March, and now I'm not. And like that, I think that in 2020, it's really important when people are talking about the longer projects that they're working on, is that this has been a very unusual year for most people, and you can't get bogged down in self-critique over what you've been able to achieve or what you haven't been able to achieve if your life has gone nuts, you know, like you can't, and that might not be 2020, maybe your 2019 was insane, I don't know, but like everyone can have, you know, sometimes your personal life has to take precedence over the project that you're working on, and you need to make peace with that, because otherwise you just like wind up in this like guilt spiral of like, I haven't done this project, and that for me pushes it further away for me, because it means I feel like that, oh, actually now I'm at this point where I need to dedicate a giant block of time to working on it. Yeah, what do you guys reckon?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you have to learn, and it's hard, right? You have to learn to tell the difference between when you're procrastinating and when there's just too many obstacles, and you have to prioritize like what you can actually do. I think maybe it feels different. Like, I think like a lot of us are still really motivated to work, and we're just like wearing ourselves to the bone, trying to juggle too many things when we're still motivated to work, but the obstacles are just too many. And when you're procrastinating, it feels more like if you just put off the project, like it'll somehow get better, you know, like that's the feeling, right? And everyone's done that. Like I'm just going to research a little bit more, so I don't have to actually like confront my limitations on the page here. You know, I've definitely done that, and you know that sort of self-sabotage, right? But I think that's very, very different from like when just like 2020 happened, and like you're at home with a small child, and you're supposed to be working, and like, you know, I have a teenager now, and like, you know, spring was a shit show. Like I'm surprised he passed that year. he almost did. So yeah, I think it was really hard on parents having to like work multiple jobs all in the same space and having everybody in your space. That's the other thing, is like a cartoonist usually works at home, and then when everybody else is working at home too, you're all just on top of each other.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a reality that so many people I know in the comics world have faced this year, is like competing spaces, like having all these other people at home with you all of a sudden is like, whoa. You know, like I don't know how to deal with this. Yeah. What when we're looking though at these sorts of obstacles, like you were talking about, how figuring out what is procrastination versus like what is you know, a real need to step back. Like I feel like there's this fine balance when we're talking about finances as well. Like when we say like, oh, I've saved, or I've worked in order to create this time for myself to produce work. It can be really hard to be like, I can't produce work right now. Do you know what I mean? Because you feel like you've invested. For me, it's like spending money on daycare. It's like, well, now the kid is in daycare, so I have to work right now, but maybe I'm not actually able to. What kind of tools have you guys got for those types of situations?
I would say, I mean, jumping off the previous points about like, you know, being in the right mental state, you know, how you treat your project and all that. I think it all comes down to just being kind to yourself, like, and also being really in touch with how you're feeling and all. So I personally, sometimes I just give myself permission to just like, you know, veg out. And in 2020, I think that's kind of like a self-preservation thing. before I mean before you kind of have to catch yourself before your body does it for you. Yeah. So for me, sometimes I feel that the nature of my work, even though I'm not I don't know, I hesitate to classify myself as a frontliner, but there's a little bit of the aspect that, you know, my work does involve a little bit of that. But yeah, sometimes, you know, you could come back, you're tired, but sometimes it feels like a bit of an escape when you work on your stuff, but sometimes it feels like this extra mental load. It jumps between. I'm not sure if you all feel that, because for me, sometimes I'm like, oh, great, you know, I'm in the right headspace, you know. And it helps for me when I think about it, like, oh, okay, today I'm going to do it. So sometimes the preparation helps to get in the zone faster, but sometimes the preparation, just when you're not really feeling it, you just like, it just veers you off course. It's like, I just want to think about anything else but this right now, you know. Yeah. So so for me, it's just being kind, but not too kind to the, like what Thi said, you know, differentiating between what's procrastination and what, you know, isn't.
Yeah. How do you figure that out? Owen, you work from home. How do you like balance that idea of like, well, now is the time I'm doing my job, and now is the time that I'm doing my comics, and like, what does that look like for you?
Yeah, it's been difficult in like at varying stages. So in terms of motivation, and so the period when I was working with the support of the arts grants, having those grants in was like an external motivator. So, you know, it in that situation, it was less about how I was feeling, like how I was feeling affected it, but it was like, you know, I've got to do this work because somebody's paying me to do this work effectively. Like that was how I was looking at the grants. And so that motivated me to, you know, do it.
Yeah.
And in terms of Max's comparison of a sprint and a marathon, actually, I don't know which one that would be, but like for the first draft, I found it very good to have that dedicated time to work and the external motivator. And one of the ways that I coped with working from home was that I didn't work from home. I went and worked at the state library. So just that process of like leaving my apartment, like the state library is literally across the road from me. So it wasn't even a big commute or anything, but it's like, and I'm there, I'm still surrounded by books. So it's just as distracting as being at home, but the act of being in a different environment meant that I could just go, all right, I'm here to work. I'll do the work. And then I would go home and go, all right, now I'm at home and I'm not working. And then the stages when I've been, you know, doing my contract work, that has been a lot more difficult because now I'm self-funded essentially. So I don't have the external motivator of like, oh, somebody's given me money to work on this comic, which is why that year went by when I didn't do anything, because the time to work on it was my own funded time. And it was like, well, I can do whatever I want with my time, you know? Like,
yeah, and you started a comics festival. So let's put
that. Exactly.
Like, oh, I'm not going to work on a graphic novel, so I'm just going to do something really easy with my time.
Yeah, like hosting a festival, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
easy peasy.
I know two of us, so. Yeah. I've lost my train of thought, so maybe Thi has something to say.
Josh, did you want to say something?
I'm not sure quite where it fitted in, but it just occurred to me that one thing, maybe this is a tangent, but one thing that I think since I quit my job about a year and a half ago, or year and a bit ago, is that I purposefully tried to teach myself to relearn how to do nothing. So I just sit on the couch now. I don't know if I'm great at it yet, because you know I have a busy mind, but like I think it's something that I really missed as a kid, and I think it really nourishes everything, my creative practice, just general well-being, just to actually not respond to every sort of demand that I'm placing on myself. And I think that's, I mean, I'm not meditating. I'm actually just trying to recreate my childhood a little bit. But I think that's been something that I've tried to do. I think a lot of what we're talking about is how we defend our space around our art practice and the boundaries that we do that. And I think I've sort of adopted this weird little kind of idea from my childhood that like, this might be a way to ensure that I'm in tune with how I'm feeling, what I need from art practice, what I need from, you know, dinner tonight, what I need from, you know, my relationship, you know, and I think we're all really hyper aware, I think, as artists and as humans who've just been through the pandemic, that, you know, there's like everything's starting to bleed in a very different, into all parts of our lives. It's starting to bleed in a very different way. And I think it's made us as a, you know, as a culture of humanity, I think a lot more, we're becoming aware in very different ways of how we structure our lives and what it means to defend space. You know, I think we're all living on top of each other, like, in a different way to how we lived on top of each other before. And I think it's been really challenging for everyone, but also kind of enriching as well in some way. Like this interesting challenge that we've all has been placed upon us is really, I found the pandemic really interesting for my art practice and just for thinking about how we interact with everyone else. And
Yeah.
Is this the part where we share hacks? We share life hacks?
Life hacks.
Yeah. All right. I've got a few. They're not all fun. Like, I can't promise that they're fun, but they do work. Like, I noticed, like, for me, I'm really good at like doing things that are due. Like, if someone's expecting something from me, I'm good at generally at that, like getting it done. And then it can be harder when you're your own boss. So then I just try to like chunk out the big work into like specific things that I put on a checklist. I fucking hate checklists, but I do them. They're not fun. The only thing that's fun about checklists is getting to like cross things out. That part I find kind of fun. But they help me, like if I only have like, you know, certain amounts of time, feel like I'm actually working. Because before that, I think my idea of like working on a book seemed sort of grandiose. Like it might be in like a large quiet room or something, and there might be a grand piano, even though I don't play piano. You know, like I think I just had these like grand ideas of like
the setting, right?
Yeah. And you never get that unless you go to a residency or something and somebody else is doing the cooking for you. Like those are, and like you really don't get that much work done at a residency either because you're too busy having fun. Or at least that's me. So I think like I just came to terms with like work looking like work. Like it's not very pretty. Like it looks like checklists and a lot of post-it notes and like little incremental hours of the day. And that part is grind, right? Like you're just turning in work to yourself, basically. And like the sum total is the book. And then I think like I try to walk and think now too. So something about like moving my body through space helps like clear up the clutter that's like too present when I'm sitting and trying to like have the big grand piano ideas. I think they come to me a little bit more naturally, like during a walk or after a walk. And then like the bonus is I got some exercise too. So those are the moments where usually inspiration comes, unless like it comes through like a really exciting conversation. Like interviews are great because like that energy that you get from talking to people, for me, puts the excitement and inspiration back into the work. And it's not a checklist, so it's a lot more fun.
All right. Well, that's what you've got. Those are your hacks.
I'm trying to think back. Oh, actually, you know, this might be. You might think I'm crazy about that, and you can totally. We could actually like have an argument about whether this works. But I found that parents of small children sometimes actually are really much better at time management. When they have 2 hours, like they use those 2 hours. Like I don't know, maybe I just go into this like crazy mode of like adrenaline. So when I was working on The Best We Could Do, and I was like, I had quit my teaching job so I could take a year or two, I think it was 2 years of full time working on it to get it done. I found that I was kind of slipping in my time management. Like I wanted to just do more fun things and not like just work. So I tried to think back in my life about like when I was the most efficient with my time, and it was actually when my son was a baby. So I then went to the Humane Society and I decided to foster a litter of kittens that needed like round the clock care. So that I would produce the same kind of like adrenaline that I used to have in my like that needy. So these things were crazy. They needed to be like bottle fed, and like you had to stimulate their bums for them to pee and poop, and like you had to bathe them and weigh them, and like it was just like constant. So when I wasn't like taking care of the kittens, I was working on my book furiously, and it worked. Like that month was like really productive. It was like really stressful, but really productive.
This is amazing. I love this. Life hack, foster kittens. Baby. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Okay, so anyone else? Any other life hacks available? What is the rest of you got?
Owen, you can go first. I don't.
Okay. Just on Thi's checklist, like a to-do list, like I think for me at least, the best advice for a to-do list is to write it the night before, because the night before when I'm lying in bed, I'm always like, oh, I'm going to do this tomorrow. I'm going to do this tomorrow. And then I wake up and I'm like, I can't remember. And what was I going to do? And then it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm like, well, I've gone on the internet a lot. Writing it the night before. No. But yes, I also agree. I don't know about so much recently, but like earlier in my life, I definitely found that the most productive I was when I had the least time. Like the first solo comic book I did, which was about nearly 20 years ago, like I was between jobs for a couple of months and I did less than 1 page on it. And then I got another job and all of a sudden had no free time, as opposed to free time all the time. And all of a sudden I was doing a page a week, which is still not very much, but it meant that I got it done in a year, as opposed to based on less time, better for some people at some points in their lives.
Yeah. Max, you're up next.
Terrible tip.
Tips. I think for me it's more of like I've gotten better at catching myself in terms of sitting in front and bending over as I draw. I mean, nowadays I've taken more care with my posture and all. So actually, when you see all this with the drawing, right, actually I'm drawing it on an elevated thing.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
That it's kind of like, it's not meant for comics, but it's like a portable canvas thing. I think it might be easier to show. It's like, it's a very nice bag, wooden bag, like sort of thing. So this is supposed to be like a canvas, like it holds the canvas here.
Yeah.
And then so it also doubles up as a bag kind of thing. So you can store stuff in here, but I don't. So I just use it more of a prop. So it kind of props up my work. And I also make it a regular habit to do daily stretches, at least for my back, And in terms of the project, I think it helps to talk with people about it, even if, let's say, you're like me, I don't really work on it as consistently as I should, but, have people like you, Eleri, checking in with me occasionally. Okay, not as frequent, but I do talk to like my friends about my project. Or at least if you tell people that, oh, I'm working on this and so on and so forth, and if you are genuinely excited about it and you explain stuff to them, occasionally, even if they are not really like comics readers and all that, they'll it'll come out in conversation, and then those are just things that help remind you. I mean, just you see it yourself in the people around you. So it's kind of like the accountability sort of thing. So for me, every time I think about it, then sometimes I'll just work a little bit more. So hopefully, I mean, it really depends on how you are as a person. So some people feel that it's very stressful. People are just, stop asking me about my project. But for me, I like that sort of thing. So it may or may not work for you.
That's a good one. I like that one. I definitely use that one too. Josh, what about you? What are your life hacks?
Before I talk about the life hacks, I was just live tweeting and I got this great quote off Thi saying, "I fucking hate checklists." And then Owen started I kind of want Owen to say, I fucking love this, fucking live tweet that. So can I do
fucking
that?
love checklists.
Right, thanks.
I'm actually in the middle of that, you know. I didn't used to like them, but nowadays I find they help me get a lot of things done. So
I'm a checklist.
Max is fucking ambivalent about checklists.
Yeah, I'm gonna Max. I'm fucking ambivalent about checklists. Anyway. But I've got to.
But you're telling people that use them, right?
Yeah. What's my hack? I think my hack that I've sort of come over in the last 10 years for sort of all things art is just being generous. I think it's kind of like a little kind of motto I have. Like, I don't know, particularly with art, because I think other people bring generous attitudes back to you, and it sort of provides an energy which you can kind of gives you a lot of buoyancy and longevity, and it's something which I think the Comic Art Workshop as an organisation and as a group of individuals is really, you know, it just has in spades. But I think it's something which I try to always remember whenever I'm doing any art project, you know, and kind of similar to what Max was just saying, you know, tell other people about what you're doing, because they learn what you're doing, and then they give stuff back to you, and it just sort of, you know, it brings a lot of joy. And particularly when you're slogging through the long project, I think you need a bit of joy and energy, and I think you can start that yourself. Yeah, that's kind of my general life hack. Yeah,
that's really good. I want to wrap it up here, but I want to tell you guys about my one life hack that I found really useful this year, which I've never done before. So at the Dangar Island workshop, Pat Grant gave me one of his, I'm pretty sure he stole off somebody else, which is this milk idea of yourself, where you have the cream on top and then the rest of it, and the first part of your day is the cream. So like the morning part is where you have the most energy, you have the most focus, and that sort of thing. And that's not the same for everyone, obviously, but for me, it's also true as Pat. And so Pat's like, I don't check emails in the morning. I don't do anything for anyone else. I'm doing the work. I'm doing work for me. In that time, I'm using that time to take care of myself. And I've been living in a transient life in the Australian National Capital, and I didn't have anywhere to work at home, really. And so I was working either from the library or but the library didn't open till 10 a.m., right? And I'm dropping my kid off at daycare at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. And so what do you do in that time? So I was going to the old Parliament House Cafe where no one goes. It's totally deserted. There's like a couple of tradies there and like some tourists, but no one's being a tourist right now. So there's like, it's just a very empty space. And I was not opening my laptop. I was just getting my iPad out and finishing off sketches and using that 1.5 to 2 hour block to just draw at the start of every morning. And that has made a huge difference to my art life. Has been like, I start my checklist when I get to the next place. So after the drawing is done, then I'll start the checklist and look at what I have to do. And it means I have to ignore the messages that are coming in from other people on my work team saying what's going on with this or whatever. But it's been so good for me that I feel like I need to just do that. You know, like a lot of the stuff that I do, because I'm the features editor at the Nib. So most of the work that I do, it's not day to day. It's not urgent. I'm no longer editing a comic that is probably coming out like in 2 hours. I'm editing comics that will be coming out in a few weeks. And that gives me a lot more freedom to kind of be like, well, I don't need to respond to that person's email at this exact moment. And often I need to consider what they've sent me anyway. So that's probably this is better anyway for them and me. But yeah, that's my life hack. Thanks, Pat. Me.
You need to ask Campbell.
Can I add one last one related to that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Matt.
No, I was just saying like Eleri, you should ask Campbell for his process later too, because I really take my hat off to his work ethic.
Oh yeah, totally. We're definitely covering how Campbell succeeded in finishing his graphic novels in that way.
I know.
The man's insane.
But going back to what you were saying, Eleri, I think that like maybe my best life hack that I forgot about earlier was like the ability to say no. Like I say no like abundantly. Like I say it like joyously. You know, like I think like everybody should develop the ability to say no. Like you're jumping down a slip and slide. Just say it and say it right away. Actually, people are really, everyone says, yeah, maybe, and then procrastinates, and then that ends up not following through because they feel bad. But people are actually really appreciative when you just tell them like right away, like 5 minutes after their email, sorry, no.
Yeah.
And like the faster you do it, the funnier it seems to be to people. But like, yeah, you have to say no in order to say yes to your work, right?
Just jumping off what Thi said, I think it also comes with age. It really does come with age. So I think it's harder for younger artists to realize that, okay, my time here is finite, So you tend, and everything feels like an opportunity at the start, and it's fine. But when you reach a point where you're like, my mental state versus the time I have versus balancing life and family, you've got to manage somehow. And the faster you say no, the faster the people who are asking you for the work can search for someone else. So you don't hold up their process down the line. So you have to think about it from the other party's perspective as well.
Yeah, I definitely, as an editor, I really second that. So one of the most difficult things when I'm like working on comics with people is when people agree to do something they actually don't have the capacity to do, especially because we're very specific about the time frame that we need. And people will be like, oh, I can't, I can do that. And then a week later, they're like, oh, actually, I can't. And we've already gone through a process of sorting out paperwork and figuring out what time frame that works for them. And that's like, that's actually way worse than just saying no. Just say no, everyone.
Say no to drugs and work.
Yeah. Things are not good for you. Like, I think there's a real thing with there is a level of selfishness that you need to take. No. Yeah, you need to like be able to say, if you want to finish a graphic novel or an other ambitious comics project, you actually need to be selfish with your time and say, this is what this time is for. Oh yeah, that's good. In bold. Thank you. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I think that's like a big thing. Anyway, I've had everyone on for an hour, and I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to sit on this panel with us and have a chat about this. I really appreciate your insight. You guys are all amazing. Your projects are great. I'm really excited to read more comics from you all, and especially, the projects that were brought to the workshops.
Thanks for having us.
Can we start really quickly?
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Thanks, Eleri.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take, for those viewers at home, we're going to take an hour now or 50 minutes and then come back to do the next panel. I'm just literally going to put my sign back up again and we're just going to hang out. I might do music today now, like I've got that, on my computer. So, yeah, so the next panel is going to be ongoing big projects. So building off this particular panel and moving into like the more nitty-gritty strategies for working day to day on a long project. People who are midway through their project. So we've got Sarah Firth is going to be on that one. Gina and yeah. So Owen will have to hand over Owen, if you want to, you can just leave the video running and then,
Yeah, she can just come into your screen.
Yeah. No, she's gonna use her computer.
All right, okay.
We've got different spots. It's all set up. We're professionals.
Okay. I won't. Thanks so much, everyone. You're all great.
Thank you.
Thanks for having
Bye.
us. Nice to see everyone. Bye.
It's so nice to see you guys. Bye.
Intermission.
I'm trying, but still I close my eyes. The dreaming, bringing his face to life. Lock the door, constant buzzing all through the night. The fire rips me all up inside. On the floor, please, I run my mouth, I pray, and wait, I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is in light? Rising full of his chest on me. I'm trying, but still it's all I see. The violent current of energy. Hiding, waiting underneath. Like a dog, shake. I promise every day to change. I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is in mine? Take this one you want this I'm trying, but still I close my eyes. The dreaming, bringing his face to life. Out the door, a piece, I run my mouth, I pray to change. I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till his heart is in light? I just want him in my arms. free, colors singing through your body, and I'm carried by the sound. Every drum, every single beat, they were born from your body, and I'm carried by the sound. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, baby, let all them voices slip away. Look back, I wanna break free. If you never see it coming, you never have to hide. Take my hand, take my everything. If you only got a moment, give it to me now. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, baby, let all them voices slip away. No caress, no caress, no caress, no caress, no caress, no. Love will never break the shape we take. Oh, no, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Baby, let's even you're going, let it find you. Even hide it, find it, knows you. Rocking you asleep from the other side. Take the bright side in, let it undo. Aimless separate from blue. Find you. Rocking you in sleep from the other side. Don't you know you're queen? We are even flower bloom at my feet. Don't you know you're queen? Cracked, peeling, widowed with disease. Don't you know you? No family is safe when I sashay. Don't you know you're queen? Gleaming, wrapped in golden leaves. Don't you know me? Rank, ragged, skin so long sheets. Case and barracks for an ass to break and harness into the fall. Bury, no family is safe when I sashay. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good. It's a blurry shape, it's a jumbled tape, a sound. It's enough not too loud, just enough to find a trace. It's enough in the mirror, I can almost find your face. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good with the dark still swinging. So I'm chasing satisfactions, a lonely thing, a social tells me. Give me that feeling, the feeling something new. The center falls out, and the sky has the spring. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good with the dark still swinging. It's not to lie, it's just enough to function. The social tells me it's enough for me. I can almost feeling. I'm feeling something. It's enough for me. I can almost freeze. At least I have this friend. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Jason undressed me, lying on his sheets. He did not do the same. Even his boots were on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Clumsy shaker Lee. He ran his hands up me. He was afraid, tears streaming down his face. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jason, there's no rush. I know a lot comes up. Letting in some love, but there always should have been some. I was proud to see warm and mothery, just for a night. He sat through all the dreams. We were 23, leaders on CD. When we woke up, it just was we two. High school 25 just when stony ground can Is really older. Can you just wait here with me? Can you just wait here with me? It's love and feel like we're an echo that canyon. It's love
What?
like we're
It's a drum. What an asshole.
just finding him. Describe them to me. Just finding him to me. Limit every second left till I'm off balance. Each and every breath I spin, you are connected. Sleep. you. Each and every breath that's been, you are collecting. Limit every second left till I'm off balance. Each and every breath that's been, all my life, all my life. Take you down, all my life. Take you down, all my life, all my life. Take it down, how my love. Take it down. Deep line night, rough as last night. Sharp as mirror walking to run me through. No angels out, her pen I call again. My mouth ain't no. I doing there? Still so soft in this seconds. Right through stretched outside. So am I when we lie together. Half of my whole life is gone. Let it drift and wash away. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. Half of my whole life is doomed. Heather gets in its place. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. No more with me, and clip on my wing. Let it soften and forgive everything I was in the seasons. Now I'm listening. Half of my whole life is done. Let it drift and wash away. Half of my whole life is gone. Let it drift and wash away. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. Half of my whole life. No mark with me, and clip on my ring. Let it stop me. I forgive everything I was and the seasons. Now I'm listening. Half of my whole life is done. Let it drift and wash away. Shadows just when Sunday ground. Can you describe them for me? Can you describe them for me? No lock on the word is really over. Can you just wait here with me? Can you just wait here with me? This love and felt like we're an echo that can't hear. Just finding him. Just grabbing him. Just finding him. Strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good. It's a blurry shape, it's a jumbled tape, a sound. It's enough not to loud, just enough to find the trace. It's enough in the mirror, I can almost find your face. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good, with the dark still swinging. So I'm chasing satisfactions, a lonely thing, a social tells me deep that feeling, the feeling something new. The center falls out and the sky is spring. You know it's been such a long, long time without you.
Hello.
Hello. I've added you to the live stream without warning.
That's okay. They did warn me that you would do it without warning. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't, I didn't think through this whole comic art workshop being endless stream, because at the start it's a broadcast studio, but you can't do that when you have like an endless stream of people. So that's been interesting. I'm learning about from this experience. I've never hosted in my life an online comic symposium that's streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. I could not do it. So yeah, every time as I've been watching it, I'm just like, if I was doing this, I would need at least 3 other people helping me. This is very stressful.
Well, I think that it was funny how Josh said earlier that he's a bit of a Luddite. That's his claim.
Really? Please.
I don't think it's true at all.
Not at all.
No. So for the 15 people watching it right now at home, we're going to start the panel in just a moment. We're waiting on Fionn, I believe, is the last person. And when I spoke to him just a moment ago, he was trying to shove food in his face after attending a children's birthday party. So
delightful.
Yeah. Kids' birthday parties are kind of amazing because they're usually like over in like an hour. It's like shove, food coloring stuff in your face and then out again to watch the kids go nuts and pass out on the couch.
That sounds pretty good. I'd be all right with that. It's my kind of socializing. Intense socializing for about an hour and then you're done. You don't have to do anything else. There's lots of food. Perfect.
Yes, it's definitely a cartoonist's way, I believe. Oh, look, it's Prince. Oh, Prince.
Hello, Prince. Is he part of the interview now? I hope so.
I hope that Prince is just Sarah's contribution to the panel. Really, I actually want to hear what Sarah has to say.
Yeah, bit of both.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
That's really nice.
Yeah. Have you enjoyed this is just chit chat now. How have you enjoyed the panel so far? This has all been good?
Well, I couldn't watch the last one because our internet was so bad that I had to turn off any streaming stuff for me. So Owen's feed was good enough. So I have to go and watch it later. So the morning chat was very nice. I liked watching you and Josh chat.
Do you have the NBN in Adelaide, or is that?
We do. Adelaide does have the NBN, yes. We are part of the national thing.
Good to be here.
But yeah, it's not that great.
Hello.
All right. So welcome everybody. Hello. Is everyone raring to go? Hello, Sarah.
I cannot hear you. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to try my headphones again. Sorry, my cat wants to also talk about it.
He's beautiful. He's a beautiful boy. Look at those stripes.
I reckon the cat will come up. I bet you that's like important to maintaining an active, like an ongoing comics practice is being able to like weep into a little creature's fur, Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to do another land acknowledgement. I'm doing these at the start of each panel because everyone's in different places. So I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the different lands on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples tuned in here today. I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and with me here today, I have Fionn McCabe, reading aloud, Fionn McCabe on Gadigal Wangal land, Gina Chadderton, who is living and working on Ghana land, and Sarah Firth on Wurundjeri land. So all the cartoonists here, including myself, are in the midst of making an ambitious comics project. We brought our draft to various different workshops, and we're working hard on getting these projects to completion. But as we've discussed on previous panels, making comics takes a long time and a lot of effort. So our previous panel, we discussed a lot of sort of more emotional and financial stability around supporting our comics practice and like what that looks like. But I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into like scheduling and like management of one's life, on how you like continue to progress on something that's maybe taking a lot longer than you anticipated, and like how you stay motivated through that process. So start with you, because I want to can you sort of tell us about your project that is still sort of ongoing and like how you wound up, like how bringing that to the workshop changed maybe the way you're working on it or not, and like what's that meant for you?
Me? Was that me or was that Finn?
Finn. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So when I brought my book called Back Already to the first workshop, and I was fairly new to making comics, and like many first-time cartoonists, I jumped into like a long-form project rather than doing lots of little things. And so at the time when I brought the project, it was really just to see if it had any legs at all, and the answer was kind of like yes, but there's a lot of problems with it. But it seemed worth doing. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's taken way longer than I thought it would. Like again, like many.
Let's start. So when did you first? So you ran a Kickstarter for this project.
I did, and I'm long overdue. My in life, the thing I feel the most guilt about is not having followed through on this Kickstarter yet. So it's been probably 10 years, I think, since the Kickstarter ran, and the deadline was kind of within a year and a half. So luckily, all these wonderful people that supported me are still interested in the book, which is like a relief. But constantly in the back of my head, sitting there like this I don't know, rock kind of. It's very present. Anytime I work on a project, I'm really choosing to do something other than get rid of this guilt. And I think as a result of that too, like that's kind of kept me motivated. But it's also it's kind of created a bit of tension between myself and the project as well. Also, when you start a project so long ago, like the project I'm doing is kind of like a bit of a memoir thing. I found myself working at this job, silkscreen printing, when I was just out of university, and I went to school for printmaking and then got a job printmaking, but it was in a commercial studio. And the people I met there just kind of really shook the kind of progressive, warm, encouraging, creative world that I had been living in. And so I started jotting down these stories, and it slowly built from there. But 10 years later, the things that I found interesting and the things that I kind of cared about as someone who was just out of school, like they're really different now. I now have a family, and I now like teach, and I lead a very different life than the person who started this project. So that's definitely been something that's been kind of interesting. Is like it is continuing to work on it means that I'm kind of it's like I'm honoring the project of a completely different person. That makes it a bit tricky, and I don't always trust that person's decisions, but yeah, I don't really know what the point I was making there, I suppose, but that's kind of where I'm at with my project at the moment. At the start of this year, like many people, I had big plans, and the plan was to just finish the book, and then obviously like COVID happened and everything got put on the back burner. Yeah, so I feel less guilty about not finishing it this year because I have a very large excuse, but it's definitely a continuing pattern from previous years. Yeah.
So what about you, Sarah? You've been working on your project for 5 years. Is it 5 years?
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah. I just really related to something that you said then, Fionn, about how when you start the project, you're a different person. And that's something that's been really interesting with my work because it's, creative nonfiction kind of auto-bio hybrid thing. And I actually feel like having more time for me has been integral to the process of me working out what I was actually saying. And part of that is because I have a convoluted way of thinking and working, which I don't know if that's like a dyslexic thing or a like neurodivergent thing, but I just like, I could feel it, but I'm like, I don't know what it is. Which if I say that to anyone, they're just like, oh, that's like danger zone. Like you're delusional, but that's actually just how I work. Like I have to like have this messy thing and like slowly whittle away. So it's been like 5 years for me. And there's actually an analogy that I heard that was from like a Jungian dream podcast, which mentioned that in some churches in the past, there was, I feel like Josh might know what this is called, but like in particular churches, I'm not sure whether it's Catholic or whatever, there'll be like a central part of the church that's like the important God part. I don't know much anyway. And you're meant to come into the church and actually walk around that spot again and again in a spiral, and you look at it from different angles and positions, and that gives you the full dimension of it. And I feel like with my project, I've needed to kind of spiral around and like grow as a person and like learn skills to kind of figure out what it is. And I know for some people that process is like not good because you change too much as a person and it's not relevant anymore. But for me, it's been really important. Sorry, it's a bit long-winded.
No, that's great. It's really interesting, especially because you work in such a different way to everyone else. And that was something I kind of I brought up in the last panel, is that like, you know, most people think of working on a like long project, graphic novel project as like, and Finn has done this differently as well, actually, and Gina to a certain extent. It's like writing a full comprehensive script, and then you nut out the script, make the script final, and then you start drawing, and then you're doing like, you know, like a roughs and pencils and inks, and there's like a process to that, and not everyone actually works that way. So it's like kind of a I think that a lot of advice that's given to people about making ambitious comics projects is really predicated on the idea that that is your process, and it can be really hard if that is not actually your process to get good like advice or like feedback.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just going to say that I started out doing that process of like scripting and then thumbnailing and building this thing the way that I thought I was meant to make a comic, because I was kind of new to it, and I hadn't really found kind of the kind of stories that I'm excited to tell as a comic artist rather than just as a person to kind of like, you know, tell an anecdote to someone in person. But I think I actually work in much more in the way that you just described, Sarah. And I think one of the things that's been really difficult with this project is I kind of trapped myself in the way I thought I was meant to work, rather than the way in which I actually work, and the way in which I enjoy drawing when I'm making comics, the way in which I enjoy thinking when I'm creating stories in a kind of longer form process. So it can be really tricky to doing the thing that you're meant to do is sometimes actually like a drawback. Like if you don't actually know what you're going to enjoy yet.
Yeah. Well, Gina, this is time for you to chime in here and tell us a bit about what you've been doing.
Yeah, well, I also want to relate to both of Finn and Sarah's points of being a different person in relation to starting the project. So I've been working on it for 4 years, like officially, but so my story is about growing up with a sibling who is on the spectrum, but is also has intellectual impairment, and so it's like to be a sibling of someone who needs full-time care and has always needed full-time care, and how that affects you as a sibling. And the book was written for, like, I'm aiming it at siblings, not for the people on the spectrum or for people with a disability necessarily. And so my big thing is my relationship with that project and how autism in particular is viewed in the world has changed in the last 4 years. So like a lot of how I started writing the stories I've had to go back and rethink about some of the ways I've posed them, because of just how identity and autism has really changed, and even in just the last 4 years. And even from, like, obviously it's sort of semi-set in the 90s, which is when we grew up together, which when nobody knew when I would go to my friend's house, they'd be like, autism, what is that? I don't know. And you'd have to like try and explain it. And it's been an interesting sort of working on this project where I was like very confident about what kind of story I wanted to tell, or stories I wanted to tell, sort of more a collection of essays, and making it more like a flowy conversation as opposed to a strictly linear story, because that's generally how I like to take in stories as well, just to have them a bit more flowy. So for me, it was actually really good having I had Pat Grant as a mentor, as well as Mandy Ord in my sort of first year. I got a scholarship to work on the project. And it was actually really good having Pat show me how he works more strictly, like with thumbnails and scripts and things like that, because I had no idea. And that really helped me sort of rein in my Post-it note collection of stories and make a bit more sense and be more comfortable with moving things around and using them more in like story sense, as opposed to just having them a bit too flowy sort of thing. So like I definitely feel like those skills have been useful, even though it's not how I would have naturally written a story. initially. So, and I don't think it would work as like, it obviously doesn't work all the time. And a lot of stories that I have emotions and feelings about are just in my brain and I have to get them out in some way, and I don't script them and I don't really think about them too much. But then sometimes it's really good to like, I've written something and it's a bit of a hot mess, and then having that sort of knowing that you can do it this way and sort of rethinking it in a more story scripted sense has helped streamline some of the story content. And that's what the Comic Art Workshop's actually been really useful for, is having people read it and go, this is good, but some of this doesn't really make sense, or maybe you don't need to say this twice. You've already sort of said it. Do you need to say it again here? Which is the better story? That sort of stuff, like thinking of those sort of tools of making it a better story as well as a true to me memoir, and still getting my feelings across and not being like a nothing memoir. That's my worry, is that it will be very, very shallow. I want it to be quite as honest as possible and get people having the feelings. Yeah, so I got a bit rambly there, but I really wanted to jump in on all those things you were saying, because I was like, yeah, this is yeah, hitting me right here, guys. So good. Yeah.
No, I think I feel like that's been one of the most interesting things about the Comic Art Workshop for me, is like, you know, I'm an editor and like I spend a lot of time looking at people's roughs and different people's roughs, but it's all for short stuff. It's all for things that are over in like a maximum of 35 panels. Like, that's a really different, you have to have a totally different approach to doing something short like that than you would like a, you know, ambitious comics project. And it's been so interesting to see how everyone has such different ways of tackling their big projects and how they manage both the, you know, the drafting process, but also the, like the boring, you know, when do you work on this and how do you work on it? And like, when is your, you know, when is your best time to do this? Does that make sense? Like, it's like there's all these different facets of like learning that when you're deeply exposed to other people's work, you can handle it. And I think that can help inform how you work as an artist as well.
I think aside from like really making time and scheduling, something that I'm very interested in, that I feel like is in keeping with what you just brought up, is this idea of like self-gaming. Which I'm really fascinated by, and what it is basically, like you guys know, is just like how do you set yourself up to succeed? Like how do you find the things that are holding you back, and then create a scenario in which they no longer hold you back? And it's funny that like some of them are really elaborate, or some of them are just like working in the morning instead of at night. But to like gear your practice in order to like get something done. Yeah, I really find, especially with this book, that the times over the past 10 years when I've really worked on it diligently have been when I've been able to line up all of these self-gaming techniques and create a kind of time to do it. So like things that have been super helpful for that for me are like logging hours that I've worked. That really helps, because then I just get a sense, I feel like I've worked on it, but I've only had 2 hours in the studio and they've been spread over 4 days or whatever. And that's obviously not good enough, you know? Or like setting a timer and just making sure that I'm getting to work for a certain amount of time. Or if I'm inking, putting on an audiobook, like all of these silly little things that end up like keeping me at my desk a little bit longer. Yeah, and since having kids, like definitely working in the morning rather than at night. I used to do all my work at night, and now I just can't do it.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah.
Even if I stay up late, you know, till 9, it's still not, you know, I'm totally brain dead. Yeah.
Well, there's also the aspect of like comprehending how long a project is going to take you, because I think that we like in our normal work lives, we're like, well, I need to get this done by the end of the month, and here are my goals. Whereas when you're talking about something that you don't know, maybe when you start working on it, how long it's going to be or what it is exactly, it's like that can lead to a lot of open-endedness that some people are more comfortable with than others. I was wondering if you guys could sort of speak to like how you can like kind of the strategies you can use for yourself in like looking at like, well, you know, like, is there an end game goal for this, or is this like I'm just working on this when I want to, and when it ends, and that's, you know, how it will go. What do you? Hit me.
Do you want me to go first, or Sarah, do you want to go?
No, you go.
Okay. So a bit of background on my book, which was approximately going to be 250 to 300 pages. I was like, get it done in a year. Gonna get it done. It's gonna be so good. I've got all the stories. Like it's my life. So easy. I've lived it. I know how it ends. So like I was writing out my post-it notes. I started trying to do scripts. Like, oh, look at all these cool new techniques I'm learning. I'm a genius. And I got part 1 done in the first year, which is, you know, it's 100 pages. It's not like I was definitely proud of it at the time, but I was like, oh, it's a bit of a bummer that I didn't really get the rest. It's okay, you know. I'll get the next year. I already know what I'm doing now. I've learned some new things. Next year, I'll get it finished. I've got part 2 done. Pretty good also in the next year. And then I had 12 months of not working on it because I realized I had a lot of emotional trauma associated with the last bit, which took me by surprise. In fact, I probably had it with the first 2 parts, but the stories that I'd picked for those first 2 parts were definitely the fun anecdotes that we tell as a family a lot more. So they're ones that I've told lots of times, and it like used as examples, and like my brother peeing in my neutral because my cats were there and he thought they were nappies, and he's obsessed with nappies, that sort of stuff, like things that I've used as short stories in literary mags and things like that, as well as submission, like anthology submissions. So I'd already told the story several times. It was just sort of refining things that I'd already told in a longer graphic novel format. Whereas the last section was really, really hard and emotionally draining. So I had to start figuring out ways to get around not just crying for half an hour instead of working on the script, which sounds like that sounds really sad when I say it like this in a very cold, practical way, but that's what it was. I was finding it really hard because at the time I had a shared studio with a couple of other people, and I just didn't want to work and cry in front of everyone because it just feels awful, like to be there and be like crying about things is like, and then I realized that maybe I needed to talk to someone about these emotions as opposed to just like struggling with them by myself. So I started seeing a psychologist, and that really helped. But from that, I've learned some different techniques to help just shut off some of my brain stuff while I'm working on the comics. So instead of saying, like, I'd sit down and try and write a story, it's really emotional. So I start crying and then telling myself, like, this is pathetic. You could write this story. Why don't you, stop? Yeah, like you sort of get in a cycle of telling yourself that you're useless, that you can't write the story down. It's fine, like just a story, just write it down. So then you have to learn those techniques first before you can then start like delving into that material. So it can be really hard. So wow, this got really rambly. I was going to do a really quick background story, and then sorry.
I think it's important for people who are working on emotional projects because like. So let me throw my emotional bullshit into the ring right now. So Gina, yours is not bullshit. Mine potentially might be, but like I'm working on a project about fertility treatment, a long form book, and I decided, like an insane person, halfway through this year when we came back to Australia, that I would be like, I'm going to work on my book and I'm going to do an embryo transfer to try and have another baby. And I can tell you right now that trying to work on a book about fertility treatment while doing fertility treatment is an extremely bad idea, because like you're already like doing drugs to like pumping hormones up, but also you're feeling like, how is this like relating to my story, and is this informing my story? And I like just had to stop working on it for a couple of months basically because it didn't, like my transfer failed. I'm not pregnant. And like that like meant that every time I was working on a lot of the stuff, even the boring science stuff, I was just like, it's not boring, it's actually really interesting. But like the more like, straightforward stuff that shouldn't have that much emotional content, for me, it was really, really emotional. I just couldn't do it. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. I so relate to everything you're saying. Part of why my book has taken 5 years is because when I started writing it, I wasn't sure why I was writing it. It was basically about like cognitive dissonance and how do we understand the world and ourselves. And then as I was working on it, I realized that I was actually on like a weird unconscious journey to try and get myself out of a religious group that I'd been part of for 13 years that you could call a cult, but as far as cults go, it was actually very good in many ways, but believed some pretty strange and damaging things. And I realized that for me to actually address the why and to write the book, I actually had to change my life. So, I had to actually leave that organization, that was huge. I had to deal with being an alcoholic, which was another mask for not dealing with the stuff. Had to see a psychologist, had to like just fundamentally deal with like a bunch of very deep traumas, and also get diagnosed, you know, with ADHD and autism stuff and dyslexia and all this stuff as an adult, to make sense of these things and why I made certain decisions. You know, this is huge thing. You know, and when you're making emotional work and you want to be honest and true in your work, sometimes you need to deal with the real stuff to kind of come back to the work. But there can be this beautiful kind of relationship where you help the work and the work helps you, like, or something. Yeah. But you know, trauma and emotional weight, you know, and the psychological games that we have and issues that we have, it's real, and you come up against this stuff. You know, and so that there's like a big psychological element that sometimes you need help with from peers and also professionals and things like that. And like, I just want to say, if anyone listening to this is struggling, you know, it's okay, you know, like, and lots of people go through that, and it's not weird, and you're not being pathetic, and you're not being difficult or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
No.
Definitely.
It's like we said in the previous panel, we were talking about like emotional resilience and comics making, and like making comics it's art. And if you're doing a lot of autobiographical cartoons, and sometimes even if you're not doing stuff that's autobiographical, sometimes it's just something that you care deeply about, it's really hard to you know, like separate your emotional state from your art practice, you know. And like, it's not the same as doing a job that just requires you to show up and go through the motions on something. It's like, it actually taps into your feelings. Yeah,
totally. Yeah, particularly for me, the script writing bit's the hardest. So that's the one where I really like, I do the timer thing. I've got like, put my watch on a timer, and I do like, I think Owen mentioned this in the previous panel, where you do like a little bit every day. You've done at least that. You can always do more, blah blah blah. And that really, I also have been doing that in general. And I started doing it because I've been doing Duolingo up to 365 days. Thank you very much. Thank you. But because of that, like, all we have to do is X amount of, you know, you do 5 minutes a day, and then you've done it, and then it feels really good that you've done it, and it helps you build that habit. And then eventually you start getting a little bit, you know, you feel easier. It's easier to do more each day, as opposed to weeks on end where you're like, I really should, you know, sit down and do that. I've got a whole day. I should really do that today. Why didn't I do the whole thing? But whereas actually working just a little bit every day for me definitely is much better, because then I get on a roll, and it's a lot less stressful when you then get to the next day. It's like, well, I've done a little bit at least, so I'm not tackling that bit. I'm just moving on to the next bit. And same with like the like writing emotional things as well really helped. So this year I actually had the opposite of most people. I had no plans to work on my project this year, because next year I'm going to France for a residency to work on the book, which is really exciting, except obviously I probably won't be doing that now. So that actually changed from not working on the project this year to working on the project this year, because I had sort of had the time to work on it, and I magically managed to get an agent to help me like find publishers and stuff for the book. And having that outside person actually was also really good, because even though it wasn't like strict deadlines, they would check in and be like, hey, how are you going? We kind of, here's what we like, they'll just tell you sort of how the world works a bit more, and like, as in the publishing world, not the real world. I'm vaguely adult. And yeah, they just sort of they've been really good at helping me like make a submission and just be a sounding board and things like that, and giving you that sort of outside person who's not necessarily a comics maker. It's really great having comics makers giving you feedback, because that's very important from just crafting your story. But having someone who knows sort of the world but doesn't necessarily know the intricacies of comics, so you can see their outside view of things as well, and then you just have someone who's invested in you, but not in a, I don't know, I can't describe it. It's a feeling that I have, but it's nice having that person out there to like get things too. Yeah.
I wanted to bounce off that, Gina, I wanted to come back to the gaming yourself thing, because that's like a really interesting, cool thing. But I just wanted to offer a counterpoint to that, Gina, which is over the past 5 years, I've had publishers contact me to see my manuscript and want to work with me. And I've had the opposite experience, which is really lovely people. They saw me and they saw a kind of vision of what my work could be, but it was a really poor match where it came to this weird crossroads of they were like, can you push your book in this direction and make it this? This is very saleable. This would work for us. Here's money. Here's a thing. And me going, ooh, oh, no. Yeah. And having to like come back to knowing what my book is not. And this awkward and painful thing of people not quite seeing what I'm doing. And either, taking that opportunity, which is still good but not quite right for me, versus trusting my own weird thing that like a lot of people don't get and may not, and like committing to the reality that it may not be very saleable, and having kind of plans for just dealing with the realities of what publishing is. And so like finding a good agent is so valuable, but and finding a good publisher is so valuable, but also I think it's good to be careful to not feel pushed into stuff that doesn't quite feel right.
I agree. And sorry, Finn.
No, go ahead.
No, there you go.
I was just going to add to that I feel like during this process, one of the realizations I came to about my work is actually that I don't want my work tied to my finances in any way. And that's been really like probably detrimental to the deadline of the book, but it's been really nice to know that I can make the thing that I want, and really who I want to make it for are the people that supported that Kickstarter, who are my friends and my community, and also the people whose work I love and I kind of want my work to be in dialogue with. So I feel like that was a kind of I feel like coming to that realization, I wish I'd come to it much earlier, because it would have been much easier to kind of like have confidence in the thing that I'm doing. But yeah, that felt really important to me, and I feel like kind of speaks to what Sarah was saying. And sometimes like Gina, your project, I feel like it might already line up with what they have in mind, And when that happens, it's so perfect. It's like so fantastic to have someone kind of going, we'll take care of it past this point, and to have that match, but to know that like you for me, knowing that like that's not why I'm doing the book. Was kind of important and a little bit painful, actually.
That thing of knowing why you're doing the book, that's something actually that Pat Grant said to me, which is like, have your why written out. Like if you're doing more of a research heavy book, kind of like PhD, it's like you write out like what's the proposal, why are you doing it, like what are you hoping to achieve, and just having that as an anchor, so you know what your deeper why is. And if you get amazing opportunities with agents or less fitting opportunities, you can kind of sense it better because you're more grounded or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Totally. I just want to add to that. Oh, sorry, you go. I was just going to say, I totally agree. And I've just started encountering, because I'm just starting to talk with publishers, the big thing they're coming up with is the last part of the book is too intense, and that it doesn't fit in their marketing model necessarily. So that's the thing where I'm going like, but also I need to tell that bit of the story, and I think it's important. So I really acknowledge that I'm really lucky that my agent's like, I'll represent whatever book you want to produce. So I'm very lucky in that sense. But she is telling me like, this is what works from a marketing point of view. They need it to fit in this sort of format. They need to fit all that format. You have to sort of pick one, which is for me is like the age bracket. So whether it's middle grade or whether it's YA. And my first 2/3 is YA is middle grade. It's totally fine. Nothing's too crazy. And then the third section is everyone's like, this is just a little bit like, maybe kids can cope with this. It's like, yeah, but maybe I was a kid coping with it, and there are other kids out there trying to cope with it and would really appreciate reading something that's honest and truthful about it, as opposed to like sugarcoating it a bit or like, and not that anyway, it's interesting that you point those things out, and I agree. It is, and it has really helped me figure out why I'm doing the book, and reminding me, as you said, like reminding you why you do it is really important. And for me, it is, I'm writing it for siblings. and I'm writing it for 12-year-old me, and 12-year-old me would have really, I think, from what I can remember, really appreciated the honesty. And I work with lots of kids as well, do workshops in schools, and kids just tell you straight up what's going down. Like, they just don't care. They like, every question I get asked is like, are you famous? I'm like, no, I'm not famous. And they go, cool, see ya. I'm like, all right.
Well, I think
I'm really glad you pointed those things out.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think that this is like a really important thing that a lot of people don't know about comics projects is like, and I've spoken recently to people about people make things for different purposes and like have different approaches for it. And that can depend on the point in your career that you're at. And it can also depend on like what you want as an artist, you know, like Finn, you saying this is not a book for anything else other than my friends. Like that's fine. Like that's like a totally, there's so many, you could say, I'm just making this project because I want to square bind it in one single volume and put it on my shelf, you know, like that's fine too. But it's like the way that your approach to the way you structure your time, or the way that you emotionally cope with difficult periods in your piece, working in your piece, is so tied to what you want to do with it, you know. And if you're like, I want this to be published by a professional publisher, then the way that you approach doing the piece has to be different than the way that you are approaching it. If you're like, this is something that is personal to me and I'm just going to make it, you know, regardless, I'm self-funding it. And I think that's like a lot of people just start working like Finn, you know, like you were saying, like people just are like, I've never made that. I've made a few short comics. Now I'm going to make my magnum opus. And there's like no in between phase and no like consideration of like what what you're planning on doing with it is. And I think that is something you should probably think about and in the early stages before you get yourself bogged down in something that you feel a level of guilt commitment to, because no one wants to have a project that they feel guilty and weird about, right?
Yeah.
And something that this is just like a gaming thing that I'm just going to weave back in, because I really want to return to that topic. So a lot of my friends are stand-up comedians, and there's like a technique that many of them use, which is using social media as a kind of springboard for jokes, where they'll just, you know, put out a joke and just see what the response is, just to gauge or to see if it's problematic, or, you know, like it's just getting feedback. And I've found that with my work, basically everything that I create for social media are snippets of my book, and I'm wanting to gauge whether this idea is at all relatable to anybody else other than me or not. And I don't use that as like the final like data of whether I use it or not, but I'm like, I just sometimes I'm like, is this interesting and relatable? Like you were saying, Eleri, like you're very curious about stuff and you want to kind of narrow it down. And I find using social media really useful for kind of gaming myself to kind of test ideas and see what works and play with images and things like that. And that helps me kind of move through the like mammoth-ness of a huge project, because I'm kind of sowing seeds and like it feels alive or something.
I definitely relate to that as well. I was actually just thinking, I made a note to myself about this, that like thinking about the work that you guys do. I feel like all of us have found ways to be involved in our creative communities in other ways as well. Like what, you know, be it teaching or Gina, I know you're running like a comics, you run kind of comics groups, and workshops and things. And Sarah, you have other ways of drawing and being creative through, you know, like graphic recording, as well as many other avenues. And like you guys are both producing short works in addition to this kind of major work. And I think that's something that is really invaluable, because when you're working on a long, or I find, I feel like you guys will probably relate to this, but when you're working on something that takes so long, and you want to feel like you're in communication with your creative community and participating. And I think social media plays into that a lot for me, is like feeling like I am being productive and like I am in conversation with my community, even while I'm working on this big thing that I can't share as easily. And I think unlike maybe you, Sarah. I feel like the way that I've been working on my book, so many of the pieces are kind of interwoven that a lot of the stories don't work on their own. And so it's hard to post those. I've been earlier in the year, I was kind of like posting just like drawings, little, panels to kind of put it out there, and do exactly what I was talking about, like feel like I'm a part of that community. But I because the stories themselves don't make sense out of context, I can't use those. But anyway, yeah, I think finding one of the self-gaming things for me in continuing to work on a long form project is actually just finding small ways to either facilitate events or feel like I'm participating in the community.
Mm-hmm. Well, participation is really important because that can help keep you motivated as well. So this is maybe a good segue into like, how do you guys stay motivated through your practice for your project, like maintaining a level of enthusiasm for it, even if you've been working on it for such a long time?
Post-it notes, baby. No. Just like finding what motivates you. So like everyone's motivated by, like, motivation is kind of crap. Like people ask, how do you stay motivated? And I feel like that is a impossible question because everyone is different. Some people are motivated by fear. Like some people are so motivated by not being a failure or something that they'll make amazing work. Or some people are so obsessed with comparison with their peer who's already published 3 books that it makes them competitive to also make books. And some people say, oh, that's bad. But it's like, if that gets you making the work that you want to make, whatever, for me, I'm very simple. I like ticking boxes. So I motivate myself by writing lists and ticking boxes. And like, I spend the first 4 hours of every day just jacking the coffee and doing my graphic novel research and writing. And I'll just write in my journal every day, like a checklist of like, this is what I researched, this is what I did, this is how many words I wrote, these are the ideas I tested, just so I have this like data of like, I did some stuff, because otherwise it feels really nebulous. Like, and so for me, that's like enough motivation to feel like I'm chipping away and like it's exciting and it's happening. And and like when I have a breakthrough, I'll do lots of smiley faces and put some stickers on there. It's really basic, but like it actually works. Yeah.
Conditioning is a thing. Like you can condition yourself. Absolutely. Yeah. Stickers or snacks, going for a walk.
A game. Like some people like, Sarah, you're so organized. And you have all these like organizational tools and strategy, blah. It's all just a game. It's not real. Like, and it's because I'm like, and I need these like structures to like get my mind in order, So this is like, but that doesn't work for everybody. Like, no.
Yeah. But when I asked what motivates, like keeps you motivated, what I really meant was like how easy it is to lose focus and sight of what you're trying to get out of a particular project. And there's usually something that reins you back in. So like, whether it's like, I just really enjoy drawing, or like making this thing, or like, I'm really committed to telling this story. There's like so many different rationales that can like push people to maintain momentum or like regain it if they've lost it, Gina, motivation.
I think my big thing, I agree with Sarah with the tick box this way. You can't see it, but next to the Post-it notes is a white sheet, and those white sheets have either green ticks or red crosses. And then 1 week where you can't see it, sorry. I'll take a photo and send it in or something. But I had 1 week where I had all green ticks and I gave myself a little well done stamp. So I'm all on board for that. Being able to like physically see that you've done something is really good. Because like I studied music at uni, and even though you have practice and you go like, yep, I practiced for 10 minutes, whatever of these things, I find it really hard unless I have a physical thing to look at. So for me, drawing is a big thing, like being able to actually physically see on a piece of paper or on my iPad or whatever that I've drawn a page of comics, and having like a set goal of like a page, a panel, whatever it is. That really is very satisfying to just like look at it and like really just, like I think I spend more time looking at my work after I finished it than actually making it sometimes, because it feels like I made that thing. That's so exciting. Like, look how, like, isn't that great? Like how it didn't exist and now it does. Like, that's amazing. I am basically a god. Just saying. No, but the other thing, from what you were saying, Eleri, now it's going to go from my brain about motivated reading other people's graphic novels. There we go, got there.
Oh my god!
So like, it's so good, right? So like and particularly when you get a good one, like it can come across you at any point. Like I love comics. I read all the comics, and you can have a good one, but there's one that like sparks that little something in you, and you're like, my God, I want to make a book so I can put my book next to this book on the shelf, and it's going to be amazing, and it's going to look so good. I'm going to have a shelf of all these good books that make me like, I don't know, be excited about stuff. It's like, and because it takes so long, and you know how much effort all these things have been put into it. And obviously the reading to making a comic ratio is awful. Because obviously it takes years and years and years to make graphic novels, and you can read them in an hour. Hooray! Why did we pick this medium? But yeah, it's amazing. Reading other people's stuff, so good. I love people making comics.
Just to provide a counterpoint, I agree with you that one of my favorite things is reading a book that makes me want to work. Like, and that feels so exciting, that like bubbly feeling where you put it down and you go immediately and start, like something has inspired you. I always feel like if someone ever looks at my work and goes, oh, like I saw your thing and I made this, like that would be the highest compliment, you know? But I just to provide a counterpoint to that, like reading other people's work, when I'm feeling kind of crap about my long form comic, reading other people's work that's really amazing is actually really disheartening. For me, and like, so I struggle with that. I kind of go in and out of feeling like you know, there's so much amazing work out there, and that I think that can feel overwhelming. And so I think often to rein myself in from that like kind of abyss of despair, of looking at all the books in a comic shop and going like, oh my God, they're all incredible, and what am I doing? I think like, yeah, refocusing on just like doing a little bit a day actually is the thing that kind of can help push through. But yeah, I don't always find that reading other people's work feels good in relation to my own practice.
I think I must have the competitive thing a little bit, because like when you're talking about reading something making you feel despondent, whatever, like I'm an editor, so most of the time I'm reading a comic and I'm like, we've rearranged this and done this. This is right. Go. You don't need that at all. Or like, I'm just like, I edit everything I read, and I can't help it. Like, I still enjoy comics. I love comics. I love reading comics, and like, I can tune that little voice out to a certain extent. But you know, most of the time, I'm like, I can see so many mistakes that have been made in something. I'm always like, I could do this. Like, even if I could do this, I don't know. And like, there's a lot of you know, arrogance maybe that goes into that, because I don't actually mostly do that. I just like, I don't make the thing or whatever. It's more that like I tend to look at things and go, oh, I can see how this was made, and I could see that if I really tried, I could have the potential to make something that was like this, but I don't necessarily want to, you know. It's like I'm more interested in doing, like, I feel everyone here, all of you have such unique work. It's not like anything. It's like, you know, you could say, oh, it's kind of fits into this genre of like whatever, but like it is your work, it's your art, it's what your separate thing. So
yeah, I kind of relate to what Finn was saying, is like, for me to like allow the like animal of myself that makes the comics to come out, like a snail or something, I have to like tune out all the other voices, all of the like what I should care about, what is important, how I should make comic, or like all of it. I need to tune that out and kind of like allow myself to have this like creative play space that's like a little bit deranged and emergent or something, to get my ness out. Because otherwise I just find that I'm trying to be other people or something a little bit. But at the same time, I then need to step out of that and talk with peers about the realities of work, and that keeps me motivated. Like being able to enter into this like emergent space where I can allow myself to write, and then also being practical, you know, in the mud with peers, talking, seeing how everyone's going, you know, reading each other's work, like that motivates. So they're kind of very opposite things, but I find that those motivate me more than like the finished work. Like I'm very interested in the process.
Yeah.
Or something like, and there's something really juicy and like vital in that, like either alone or with other people, that's like really yummy. And so I keep coming back, even though it's like a pain in the ass and it's like taking years. It's like or something. Yeah.
Just to add to this, while we're on the topic of reading other people's work, Eleri, I love the idea of like the editor, you know, a work is finished, published, and you're like, okay, let's read this book, and then you dissect it as you go. I have to say that like I tend to look at artwork and read work in relation to my own work, and I kind of can't help it. I'm not editing, but what I'm doing is if I see something I really like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to take that idea, and But someone draws a tree a particular way, I'm like, I'm going to try drawing a tree like that. It's but I think the trouble with the long form stuff in relation to reading is I feel like, at least at this point with my book, things are so locked in that I'm actually just going through the process. It's just work. It's just sitting down and doing the work. So that creative thing that I really love, that kind of like, I love that analogy, Sarah, of like a kind of snail coming out of its shell, that like really vulnerable state. That's the thing that I love, like entering that state and being in a kind of flow state where I get to work and feel the story as I work. And at the point that I'm at with my graphic novel, that it's really like just work. It's just work. So I think I don't get to kind of steal those things from the books that I read. I don't get to be inspired by work in that way in relation to that work. I do in relation to kind of short pieces, but I think past a particular point is just a ton of work to get through. So all of those little self-gaming things with like timers and schedules and stuff, it's like boring, but like pretty important.
Yeah, and like in the previous panel, there was stuff that T said about like going for a walk. Like when you get really stuck, go for a walk. And there's like research around how ambulating actually helps to get your brain, your hemispheres to oscillate, which like if you're doing problem solving is incredibly useful. So there's like really practical things there where it's like, rather than trying to bash out, like if you're just doing grind work, maybe just go for a 10-minute walk and come back. Like just really simple stuff like that can like help push you through. And like Max was saying with like the marathon of a long project, and like having little fun projects as like little pit stops to refresh. And I think Josh was talking about that as well, like kind of oscillating between projects to kind of keep the momentum can be good. Yeah.
There's also something about like when Sarah, you were talking about your organizational stuff in that, like your, way of like managing all of your different bits and pieces. I think when you're talking about like a long project, you kind of need to plan in that you're going to have take a walk, whether your walk is an actual taking a walk or whether it's like, playing a video game or something. There's like things that people, like you can't, especially I think that we're often very hard on ourselves and assume things will take much less time than they actually do take. And so having like organizing your life or your practice in a way that is open to flexibility and, acknowledging that you will need to go get. Gina, I always think about how much you love going to a cafe and like the preciousness around a cafe visit for you. Like it's like just such a beautiful ritual, of like, enjoyment and being like, I'm getting this and I'm getting this and these are like special things. Like I think that sort of reward, or maybe reward's the wrong word, but like that kind of like I don't want to talk about like on sparking joy, but like there is something about like the true mentality, like being like, well, I need to like take some time off, so I'm gonna go get a coffee, or I have finished 3 pages, so I'm going to go get a coffee. Like there's different ways of thinking about that time.
Yeah. Part of that, I think about that as being like, as a comics maker who's doing all of the work and all of the project, you are a really precious resource. So you want to look after your body, you want to look after your mind, and like, I'm all up for that stuff. Like I'll buy myself flowers. Like if I do a good job, I'll like walk down the road and buy myself a bunch of flowers, and people will be like, "Oh, is this a present?" And I'm like, "No, it's for me." I'm like, oh, bath, and it seems really like over the top, but it's like it's like the artist way thing of like honoring your child and like your creative self and your creative, like your inner child's like needs all this like love. And I don't think that stuff should be underestimated, because particularly with comics, like with the like the slog of drawing. When you're like getting towards finishing, it's just grueling work. It's just hard work, so you gotta do nice things for yourself.
Oh my goodness.
I've been really enjoying doing things that are not comics but still art. to like sewing or embroidery or painting, that things that I don't normally do, using materials I don't normally do. So it still feels like I'm like being involved and and things that aren't on a screen as well, because I've been doing a lot of comics on my iPad lately. So yeah, like really doing physical things that really take me and like make me experience my body differently to like just being hunched over and drawing, as much as I love that as well. But like, yeah, things that actually, like I've been taking up skateboarding in my derby off season, and I'm really excited about. I've already got like my first gun because I didn't wear my safety gear, very naughty. But yeah, like just getting excited about different stuff has been really fun, and I think really important in general. I think everyone should do it. Like they should, like if you're doing any kind of work, you should have a hobby. But I guess my transition was having comics was my hobby because it wasn't paying money. But now that I do workshops and things like that, that sort of covers that, and I'm still doing art there, and I've still got time for drawing, but I need to make time for that other thing, and doing something that creates. And like for me, it's been really good because I have now relationships with friends that I didn't know wanted to do skateboarding. So we've got a skate gang together, and I've been able to sew with my mum and do some like get her to teach me those skills, and that's been really lovely. And like just finding those new connections and doing different things and getting my brain out of comics mode, out of that kind of problem, like story problem solving, which I really love. It's really good, but it's really tiring. It's like talking to people, tiring kind of thing. And then, I can just do some sewing where it's just like, I just sew a line. That's all I'm doing. This is great. I can sew a line for hours. And you just, pop on a potty and then just have a bit of a cheeky sew. It's pretty good.
Hold on, you sew on the toilet?
Sorry?
You sew on the toilet? Do you say
no?
Hop on the
No, and then put on a podcast, pop on a potty.
Oh,
yes. Wow.
Right.
Definitely no toilet sewing. I apologize.
Phones on.
I mean, that could be good too.
The toilet. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's what you think of me. Cool.
I suddenly like the level of productivity was just through the roof. It's like you take a break, but you do something, even make something, guys.
Also, just sitting and reading. Like, that's another thing. I've been really getting into fantasy YA books again. Like I've been like picking something that I haven't done for a long time that I really want to do. That's not comics, but it's not. It's still something that I'm interested in. And I go sit on the couch and I do it like I make a cup of tea and I get myself a little biscuit on a tray, and like I treat it like a special time that is important and part of it. And I'm not, and like trying to stop working at a certain point doesn't work every day, but like I tell my computer to turn itself off, and then I scream at it when I'm still in the middle of an email that I haven't written yet at 9 o'clock. And like things like that where you're trying to like remind yourself like, look, you can't work all the time. You need to actually have a break. Otherwise you can't keep working tomorrow. So those sort of things. And like, downtime is really important and stuff.
Is there something about acknowledging that your comics work is work in that regard? Like, because I think a lot of people think of it as their calling rather than their job or their work.
Yeah, definitely. Like I guess I still sort of see it a little bit as like the thing I gotta do, for sure, because it's not something that I associate necessarily with financial stuff. Like my finance mostly comes from teaching, so running workshops or working one-to-one with kids, and doing comics through that, which is just a fun benefit for me that I get to draw a lot as well as and teach and figure out how other people can figure out ways to teach other drawing and writing stuff. But yeah, so I guess I see it a little bit still like I've got to do it. It's the thing inside me, and that is probably why there's still a bit of tension for it as opposed to making it just a fun thing that I could just be doing. But I think it depends on the work. Like I think the next work I want to work on is completely different. Even though original comic art workshop, I brought the other autobiographical thing that I wanted to bring, but that's like another intense story that I don't actually want to do straight after what turned out to be quite an intense story. So I just want to do teen solving crime now. That's all I want to do. Something really stupid.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good self-gaming thing right there. It's just going like, when I'm done with this really hard project, I'm gonna do this this story about teenagers solving a mystery like that. That sounds like if that's the goal, that sounds like that's a good carrot to follow, you know?
Yeah.
There was something that you mentioned then, Gina, about like, and you were kind of alluding to Eleri about work, and I was just thinking, bouncing off the previous panel about like how do you balance life and work and things. Like everyone's situation is so different. And like for me, like all of my work is related to drawing. So I'm drawing all the time and constantly dealing with like body issues and pain and, you know, chronic inflammation stuff, to the point where like if I wanted to keep working on my graphic novel, like I needed to become incredibly fit to have the stamina to do the work I want to do. And like if you have a day job where you're standing all day and then you can do comics and sit at night or something, like that's really different. But yeah, it's like everyone's kind of configuration of how they use their body, how they make their money, really determines like how you need to care for yourself. And it's like if you're a nurse working 16-hour days, like give yourself a break if you're not working on your comic for more than an hour a week or something, like whereas someone who doesn't have a job and they're just at home and they're comfortable, whatever, like, if you want to smash out your comic, but also you might not feel like it, like there's just these really different configurations around time and energy and effort and pain and children and money and
But that's why it's interesting to have a conversation about this stuff with a bunch of different people, because you might connect to one thing that each person says, or like 3 things one other person said. Like that's why we wanted to put on this mini course seminar symposium thing, was to like have people discuss their experiences of working on their projects and hopefully give some useful information out about what it's like working on a really long comic project.
Yeah, it's so good because I think a lot of the diversity is invisible. Like a lot of people just have no insight into other people's lives about,
It's also just such a relief to even just to commiserate for a little bit. Like, I remember when I was working at this silkscreen job that was like awful. It was terrible. But I'd tell people I was doing silkscreen for a living, and they would be like, "Oh my god, like that's awesome!" Band posters, and like it was just like so fun because you see the result, and it's fun to interact with, But the actual making of it is so solitary, and it's such a grind that like for me going to the comic art workshop, that was one of the huge benefits, was just to be around a bunch of people who all knew that the effort that went into a project that was even a quarter finished. And that's such a relief to be understood in that way.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, well, that's part of the community building aspect, right? Is so that you have someone to call to talk about, all of your nitty gritty comics life stuff about, Thanks so much, everyone, for like coming and having a chat on this panel. I really appreciate it. I really hope that that talking to each other has been nice.
No, it was terrible.
It's so fantastic. And I haven't said this in the other panel, but I probably should. If anyone's listening and you're not familiar with the artist's work, please look it up. Everyone's fabulous. And there's such a diversity of art styles and projects. It's like, everyone's doing really cool, different stuff. So check it out. So we're going to take another hour break and come back again for the last panel of the day, which is about finishing your comics project, your big comic project, your ambitious comic.
Tune into that one, I think.
Finishing your graphic novel. What does that feel like? I don't really know.
I don't know.
So, I do. I know what it's like to finish what you think is the first part of something. But so on that panel, we're going to have the Comic Art Workshop co-founder, Pat Grant, Campbell Whyte, Miranda Burton, and Chris Gooch, talking about their books that have are all coming out into the world, either have come out this year already or are set to in the near future, about what that feels like. So thanks, everyone. Come back in an hour. Have a tea. Go get it. Go make yourself a treat. And,
Oh, I will.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to play some more music, everyone. And I'm going to. Okay. Okay, and then
I'm trying, but still I close my eyes. The dreaming, bringing this face to life. Lock the door, constant buzzing all through the night. The fire rips me all up inside. On the floor, please, I run my mouth, I pray, wait, cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is in light? Rising full of his chest on me. I'm trying, but still it's all I see. The violent current of energy. Hiding, waiting underneath. Lock the door, I shake, I promise every day to change. I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is in mine? Take this one you want this I'm trying, but still I close my eyes. The dreaming, bringing his face to life. Out the door, a piece, I run my mouth, I pray to change. I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till this heart is in light? I just want you in my arms. wanna break free, 'cause it's singing through your body, and I'm carried by the sound. Every drum, every single beat, they were born from your body, and I'm carried by the sound. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, baby, let all them voices slip away. Look back, I wanna break free. If you never see it coming, you never have to hide. Take my hand, take my everything. If we only got a moment, give it to me now. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, baby, let all them voices slip away. No caress, no caress, no caress. No caress, no caress, no caress, no. Love will never break the shape we take. Oh, no, love will never break the shape we take. Oh, love will never break the shape we take. Baby, even you're going, find you. Even hiding, find it. Knows you. Rocking you asleep from the other side. Take the right habit, let it undo. Aimless errand from the room. Find you. Rocking you to sleep from the other side. your queen. Weird. Even flower bloom at my feet. Don't you know you're queen? Cracked, peeling, widow with disease. Don't you know you? No family safe when I sashay. Don't you know you're queen? Gleaming, wrapped in golden leaves. Don't you know me? Rank, ragged, skin so long sheets. Case and the barracks. For a master break and harness into the fall. Mary, no family is safe when I sashay. Strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good. It's a blurry shape, it's a jumbled tape, a sound. It's enough, not too loud, just enough to find a trace. It's enough in the mirror, I can almost find your face. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good with the dark still swinging. So I'm chasing satisfactions, a lonely thing, or so she tells me. Deep that feeling, feeling something with the center falls out, and we start to swing. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good with the dark still swing. It's not to lines, just enough to fractions of choice. The social tells me it's unfamiliar, like an almost silent feeling. I'm feeling something unfamiliar, it's almost right. At least I have this way. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Jason undressed me, lying on his sheets. He did not do the same. Even his boots were on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Clumsy shakily, he ran his hands up me. He was afraid, tears streaming down his face. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jason, there's no rush. I know a lot comes up. Letting in some love, but there always should have been some. I was proud to see woman mother ring just for a night. Even through all the dreams. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We were 23 leaders on CD. When we woke up, it just was we two. Ooh, ooh, ooh. High school 25 just when Sunday grown, can you describe them for me? It's really older. Can you just wait here with me? Can you just wait here with me? This love didn't feel like we're an echo in the canyon. This love didn't feel like we're an echo in the canyon. Just finding him through. Just grab him through. Just finding him through. Limit every second left till I'm off balance. I'm scared. Each and every breath I feel, you are collected. I will get you. Each and every breath that's been, you are collecting. Limit every second left till I'm off balance. Each and every breath that's been, all my life, all my life. Take you down, all my life. Take you down, all my life, all my take it down, all my love. Take it down. Deep blind eyes, rough as last night. Sharp as mirror walking to rush me through. No angels out, her pen I call again. My mouth ain't up. my doing there. So seconds. Right through stretched outside. So am I where we live. Half of my whole life is gone. Let it drift and wash away. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. Half of my whole life is done. Heather gets in its place. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. The mark left me a clip on my ring. Let it stop me. I forgive everything I was in the seasons. Now I'm listening. Half of my whole life is done. Let it drift and wash away. Half of my whole life is gone. Let it drift and wash away. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. Half of my whole life is doomed. Heather gets in its place. It was just a dream I had. It was just a dream. The mark with me, and he clapped on my ring. Let it stop me. I forgive everything I was in the seasons. Now I'm listening. Half of my whole life is told. Let it drift and wash away. Just when stony ground, can you describe them for me? Can you describe them for me? Lock on the word, it is really ordered. Can you just wait here with me? Can you just wait here with me? Is love in the This love will feel like river. And that could be the canyon. Just finding him. Describe them. Just finding him. Strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good. It's a blurry shape, it's a jumbled tape, a sound. It's enough, not too loud, just enough to find a trace. It's enough in the mirror, I can almost find your face. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Without you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good, with the dark still swinging. So I'm chasing satisfactions, a lonely thing, a social tells me. Get me that feeling, the feeling something new. The center falls out, and we start to swing. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. you. It's the strangest feeling, unknown, even almost good with the dark still screaming. It's love, not to lie, it's just enough to reflection. The fruition tells me it's a run from the mirror, I can almost have feeling. I'm feeling something. It's a run from the mirror, I can almost have at least I have this way. You know it's been such a long, long time without you. Jason undressed me, lying on his sheets. He did not do the same. Even his boots were on. Clumsy shaker Lee. He ran his hands up me. He was afraid. Tears streaming down his face. Jason, there's no rush. I know a lot comes up. Letting in some love. But there always should have been some. I was proud to see woman mother ring just for a night. Even through all the dreams. We were 23 leaders on CD. When we woke up, it just was me to high school 25 set my heart on fire. Immediately turn me to a dream. Forever turn the camera. Deeply begging like a dog. Only 90 minutes long. Keep rolling, barely holding on. I see. I'm trying, but still I close my eyes. Dreaming, bringing this face to mine. Lock the door, constant buzzing all through the night. The fire, it rips me all up inside. On the floor, please, and run my mouth for free. And wait, cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is in light? Rising full of his chest on me. I'm trying, but still it's all I see. The violent current of energy. Hiding away and underneath. I don't shake. I promise every day to change. I cross out his name on the page. How long till this washes away? How long till my body is safe? How long till I walk in the light? How long till this heart is mine? Take this one you want this
Hello.
There's the door behind you. Don't come back in.
Don't come back in. Like right now. It's very good. Hello.
Hello.
Apparently,
Hello.
Can you hear me? On Facebook. I don't know what the problem is. We were doing it for too long. I don't know how to fix it. How's everybody going? You all right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So apparently our Facebook stream has stopped. So I think whoever is paying attention to such things, I would say you, Joshua, can you redirect everyone to the YouTube link? Because I don't know how to fix it. It just has an angry exclamation mark on it. It's probably that we've timed out because we've now been on air for nearly 5 hours, which is a long time. Thanks everyone for joining me. I'm just going to do a land acknowledgement because we're starting each panel off with those. So I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the different lands on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples tuned in here today. I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and with me today I have, and I'll get everyone to introduce themselves and where they are. Pat Grant. Where are you, Pat?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, where are you? Where are you?
What do you do?
On?
I'm on Darrell land in Wollongong.
Okay, and Chris.
I'm on Darrell land in Wollongong. Sorry.
Yeah. Listen, Miranda, you guys are hailing from the same location?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Wurundjeri land.
Wurundjeri land, yeah. And Campbell, where are you?
Yeah, I'm on Noongar Budja, so the land of the Whadjuk Noongar people.
Cool. Thanks so much for joining me, everybody. So this panel right now that we're doing is about finishing your ambitious comics project. How does everyone feel? How is this year feeling?
Hectic. What a year.
What's it like having books out of the pandemic, guys? Tell me about it.
Who's going first?
Jump in. Chris, you go first. Tell me about having a book come out in the pandemic here.
Mine got delayed a bit, but that was fine. I don't know. I don't really care anymore. I'm just like happy that it's done. I'm kind of ready to. I've like started my next project and I'm already sick of it and I'm excited about the next one. So I'm like well and truly done with this one in terms of thinking about it and stressing about it and stuff. So that's where I am.
Right.
Campbell?
Yeah, when the pandemic kicked off, I was in like sort of end production of Home Time 2. And as a priority, it just went subterranean, immediately. And that was kind of nice in a way because the home stretch is always pretty grueling and arduous and not the most fun for me. And to kind of it just put it into perspective and contextualized it a little bit in a broader sense. So that was also kind of nice. But then also, it just writes off so many possibilities about how you connect with audience, plans in order to make the work reach who you want it to reach, where you want it to go. It kind of, to an extent, obliterated all of that, which is, I don't know. Still thinking about how I feel about it.
Miranda, how about you finishing up your final pages while in lockdown?
Well, I guess I knew that 2020 was the home stretch of making my book, and that I was going to have to go into a kind of lockdown anyway, and so I kind of went into a lockdown within a lockdown, and so in some ways the pandemic was, I hate to call it a blessing because I know how traumatic it's been, but it created this space for me to really, really focus, because a lot of elements of my life kind of fell away, and I was stood down from a job, and but then the graphic novel project actually then sort of assumed this incredible validity, in that it was the only sort of thread of my life that was still there. And so I kind of I clung onto it like it was a life raft, and so that was really interesting and quite unexpected. And to have that sustained sort of focus really helped too, because in the previous years I'd been obviously trying to balance the work-life thing and
that constant interruption while trying to do a really intense project could, you know, sometimes be a bit compromising. So, you know, I am thankful for some elements of the year and the way it's played out.
Well, that's quite different. How was it for you, Pat, having the launch of the book on the internet as a result of the pandemic?
Well, I was just going to say I think the timing of my book was the worst possible timing for the pandemic, because it was printed in January, just as over in Korea, just as the pandemic was starting in Wuhan, and then the book, but the whole distribution system hadn't adapted. It took them 6 months to really start adapting to the new world we're in, and so I had this sort of thing where technically my book was launched, like my book was out in the world, and I couldn't get a copy and couldn't get and I couldn't get I couldn't sort of, you know, I was doing all this press. Suddenly all this press came up, and I would do press, and I couldn't get books to sort of capitalize on that. And what happened then was anyway, I just lost my train of thought. But it's really tough, because, you know, a book has about 12 minutes of currency, you know, like when a book's new, it's 12 minutes you get before people go, all right, next thing, you know, and that was really tough. So getting to the launch thing, I had to do my very best to invent some kind of moment. Once I finally had the books, you know, some 7 or 8 months later, enough books to justify doing a launch. So it was terrible.
It seems like this year, I mean, for me, I was thinking about, Pat, we were talking about you all have different questions you wanted to talk to each other about with regard to finishing up a graphic novel project. But one of the things you talked about was measuring success. Like, how do you feel successful and how do you measure success? And I imagine, in a pandemic year where you're not able to have a book launch somewhere and have people come up and pat you on the back and say, good work, and sign my copy of this copy of, you know, your book, that sort of thing would make it feel quite different, I imagine.
Totally. So one of the things that I do measure, use as a measure of success, is having some bloggers or, you know, curious critics sort of writing about the work, and during that period I couldn't get the books to anybody, so I couldn't send the books around. But I also nobody's writing the culture kind of press had been white-anted the last 5 years, and so everyone was working for free in the sort of pop culture press, and then they were all, everyone who was writing about comics' life was in the spiral too. So yeah, sometimes it was a bit like crickets when you're looking around to see if anyone was reading the thing.
How about the rest of you guys? How does success feel in a strange year like this? Do you feel successful right now? Surely.
Someone's got to go first. Okay, me. Yeah, we need a nomination system.
Yeah. Oh, Larry, you just got to point to people.
All right.
Yeah.
Look, I bought my book. I realized that I was on my way to drive to where I'm doing this interview, and I realized I left it at home, so I had to do a big U-turn in the street and panically drive back. Anyway, I don't know. I find all the stuff Pat's talking about exhausting, and I know that I don't do a very good job of it, because I'm always just I'll do a little bit. I'll do the bare minimum that means that I don't feel guilty about it. So that means that not a lot of promotion gets done or anything like that. The thing that makes me happy is this. It's holding it in my hands and seeing it. That was the thing that I was most looking forward to. And now that that's done, I like when people post about it on Instagram, little shops, because it's mostly available, in fact, it's only available in the US at the moment. Although some Australian comic book shops can get it. I think Australian comic shops can get it. Campbell has a copy. I like seeing it posted at people's bookshelves and you know, on their desks, and then in bookstores and comic book stores. That's the thing that makes me happy. apart from that, yeah, I don't think about it. I've stopped thinking about it. I'm just trying to do the next thing. So yeah.
How long did that book take? Tell me can you tell people what the title of this book is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's called Under Earth. It's 560 pages, so it's like really thick.
Yeah.
And it's colored like this with the yellow. There's some yellow in here too. There's some yellow. I started in 2016, so working on and off. It took about 4 years to come out. And the last year and a half or 2 years has just been mostly dedicated, like 90% dedicated to doing this. So it's been like a long fucking time of just doing the one project. And like Campbell was saying, like the finishing up bits are the most tedious and the least rewarding, like going through and combing through and making sure that all your little Photoshop fixes are done. And then you send them the PDF and you're like, fuck, I missed 10 more. And you have to go back through. So it's been like at least the last 2 months of working on this have just been like uploading files to Dropbox, realizing I fucked them up, re-uploading them, and then doing all little spelling errors and stuff. So I'm so done. Like, I'm so glad it's done, and I'm so done thinking about it too.
I'm so glad that I could, facilitate you talking about it more so that you can really hammer in.
Hey, this is great. This is easy. I love it when people, like, you're organizing this. I just don't have the energy to organize this myself. All right, I volunteer Miranda next.
Well, it's a little premature for me to talk about what success means, because I'm in this weird little pipeline between having finished the book and the book is due to come out into the world and the middle of next year, and so there's all this little post-production stuff to do, and lots of approvals to come in too. I was crazy to write about real people, and and there's also a cross-cultural element to my book too. So we're doing all these cultural consultations that are happening right now, and so if I might just reflect on what success meant after my first book, hopefully there might be some translation to come. But I wrote my first book really thinking that I was just writing for my friends and my parents, maybe, and it kind of went into this big thing where, I actually got a traditional publisher, and then there was a French translation, and so it just became something much bigger than I ever thought it would be. And to me, that was just, because that exceeded my expectations, that was kind of delightful. But more than that, I would have to say that those little, those
Thanks.
I got it from the library. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So getting feedback from strangers, I would receive little handwritten postcards and old-fashioned real handwriting, and people saying thanks for writing that book. It actually meant a lot to me, and it changed the thought. And when I get feedback like that, that's when I realize that's why I make work. That's why. That's definitely why I do it.
So you're waiting for success to come.
I don't pin a lot on financial success at all. If anyone's doing comics for money, then they're going in the wrong place. But it's been. I think I sort of do this work mainly for myself. I'm an artist who needs to process the crazy world around me through making pictures, and if anyone else is interested, that's great. That's a bonus. And so I'm curious to see what happens, next year.
Okay, Campbell, you finished the second in your 2-book series. So what does that feel? That's got to have like a double whammy impact, and you've seen it in real life. So you've got a touching feeling that Gooch is talking about. Have you heard like lovely things from your fans? Like how's that all going?
Yeah, it's really nice, and my readership tends to like err on the younger side, so the level of enthusiasm they have is really lovely. And you know, it being book 2, they've been waiting, you know, so a lot of them have read it, they're familiar with the story, and it, you know, the book 1 ends on sort of a cliffhanger with lots of mysteries. So, you know, they've been waiting, some of them a few years, to find out, you know, the resolution. So that's really lovely. And I do think a lot about success and about what that means and how it's quantified or what metrics we use for those, especially becoming more aware of it, you know, as I wrap up Home Time 2, and it's like, well, what's my next project going to be? And during, you know, the production of these 2 books and the making of them, you know, I have this laundry list of projects that are just like simmering away on the back burner. And now it's sort of like, oh, I can actually pick one and do it. But just trying to be really cognizant and really critical of like, well, what will that mean if I take one of these on? Because it could take a few years. You know, Home Time from, you know, conception to, you know, to it being in the world, you know, took like 12 years, the whole thing. So it's kind of, you know, it could take a big chunk of my life. I'm trying to scale it down somewhat. But there's different measures, and one of them is, you know, I think going back to what Miranda was saying about, I think for all of us, so much of what we do is for ourselves ultimately. And I think a lot of arts practices are actually arts therapy, you know, and it's a meditative process, and it's a process that of inward reflection and finding peace and finding some sort of meaning in our lives. And so for me, you know, my happiest space is kind of like at the desk making work and being in that moment. And then kind of my next happiest space is engaging with people like this. And so when a book can facilitate, or a project can facilitate experiences like this, it's really fantastic. Because I enjoy talking about work, I enjoy talking about comics and what it means to make, what it means to have a creative life, and how we do that. And then I think the third thing that is probably the hardest and prickliest for me, because those first 2 are quite easy. The third thing that's really difficult is this desire for affirmation and a desire to be desired, I guess. And so I have a real reluctance and difficulty in seeking out, like actively pursuing opportunities or actively making things happen in certain ways. So I want people to come to me and I'm very easily flattered. And so that's what I hope, you know, like if I put this book out, surely people will approach me and offer me opportunities, or they'll see the hard work I've done. And it's taken a long time to realize that that's not the case. It's like the work then just becomes a part of your CV that you then need to take to people. And there are a few breakthrough opportunities, you know, like I talk about in comics, you know, every year there's, you know, a handful of books that kind of have a transformative quality on the life and career of that maker. But the industry can only support a handful of these per year. And we see it happen. And, you know, perhaps you hope that your book will be one of those. But that's sort of like winning the lottery, really. So, yeah, I don't know. Does that answer a question?
Can I jump in there? I like what you said, Campbell, about like how like the reward is really the work itself, and you kind of even though it can be a real grind and it can be like, you know, filled with despair. I sat down and wrote. Well, I was feeling really low. I was flying out to PCAF, you know, a while ago, like more than a year ago. I was feeling really low, and I sat down and wrote a list of what I think the book could do. What could happen that would make me feel good about the project? And the one, there was a bunch of embarrassing stuff that I'm ashamed of, but there was one. The one that I keep returning to is this feeling that like my hope is that the books that I've made will give me opportunities to make new work. So like, you know, so that they'll provide some sort of momentum, or that'll allow you to get back into the studio for another big chunk of time, which is, you know, at this stage in my life feels like it's harder and harder to get. So that's one of my markers for success. You know, time will tell whether or not that is that plays out.
So if you're saying that like the work is grueling, but the work is the reason for like, or is the like, you know, how the measure of success being given more space to make the work, whatever the work is, Like that seems like a very circular kind of like, you know, like do you feel, like Pat, do you feel the same way about finishing the grot as you did about finishing Blue?
No, I have a feeling of anger, which I've never had about any of my creative works before, and I've been thinking about it for about a year now. What is this feeling? And it's a little bit like the feeling you have. Let's say you're in high school and you've been like spending a lot of time with this really mean friend, like you're through year 8 and year 9, and then you finally decided, you know, brought up the courage to break up with them. And then there's this period of sort of like a short period where you're feeling really angry about the time, the things that happen, because you're looking at them with a clear-eyed sort of view. And I think that mean friend feeling is something that is a feeling that I feel this time that I might not, that I haven't felt before. And you know, it's a particularly tough time in my life to be making a graphic novel because I've got 2 little kids. So, and then my career's in a shambles as well. My money-making career, I should say.
That's the problem. There are such depressing answers.
Yeah, I feel like we've had like 3, you know, really like nice like conversations today, and then today, and now you guys are like, real story. We've finished the project and it's bleak at the other end.
But I think that goes back to like, I think then what's important is like for so much of what we're doing, we're not commercial artists. You know, like our outcome is a commercial product, but for so many of us operating, especially within the Australian market, we're actually operating far more like, you know, arts makers, and there isn't a financial guarantee. There isn't, you know, it's not like we're doing a traditional job where we sit down and we get paid and that pays the bills and it keeps the lights on and we just keep going. You know, so there is this reckoning that has to be done where you finish a project and you go, well, potentially I'm in the red here, and this doesn't guarantee me another job tomorrow. In fact, I probably don't have a job to go to tomorrow in this regard. So it's a fundamentally different relationship that we have. And in so many ways, I think we're cut out from the broader publishing industries that are operating somewhat functionally. We're like a dysfunctional kind of sibling within that. So, you know, we're pushed out of a lot of the traditional money-making opportunities of festivals, you know, author talks, you know, the talk circuit, et cetera, that so many of those authors actually rely on. And so it's really, it's a strange space to be operating in. And so for me, it always has to keep coming back to that, you know, when I'm sitting down making work, is that a rewarding time? The reckoning happens after, you know, where, like Pat's saying, you look back and you go, well, what was all that for? And I think the answer is, well, it was for the time that I did it.
Is there a different staggered feeling of completion as well? Like Miranda was talking about having finished the art for the book, and then there being this delay, and then the book comes out, and then that's another period. And then maybe there's another time further down the track when you've had enough distance from the project where you're able to like look at it in a, you know, more with more distance and like maybe like more of a bit of hindsight on what making it for you and like what it means to the world now that it's been out for like a year or whatever. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you guys flick through your old books? Like I find like 6 months after they're done, then I enjoy flicking through them, but the 6 months, like until that time elapses, I'm just like, oh God, I can't look at this. But me and you, Pat, we had like, because we both serialized our versions. So like, could you stand to look at your first 2 issues that you did like immediately? Or like, I find that really helpful. Like that I got some sort of something to hold in my hands and be proud of and show people while I was still making it, as opposed to being like, I'm in that hole where I can't show anybody anything.
Yeah, it was a strange relationship with those floppy serialized ones because they were so badly printed and they're so disposable. I was just sort of like everyone who wanted one. So I didn't feel like it had the care, you know, taken. I'm not sure if that was the right call on that particular project. I think it really is with your one, Gooch, but I don't think the grot. I don't think the grot was the kind of story that should be serialized in that kind of way.
Well, so can we talk then a little bit more about, so that sort of ties into something you wanted to talk about, Pat, which was how working on this particular project you've been. So everyone here is a project that they brought to the Comic Art Workshop. They've now completed. And is there something that you learned from the process of making this book that has changed the way that you'll work in the future, or you suspect it will at least? Let's start with Miranda.
Yeah. Miranda, go.
Oh, gosh. Where do I start? I think well, firstly, the cross-cultural element of the book that I've done was a huge part of my challenge in terms of the expectations of my publisher and the kind of consultation feedback I was getting from, well, in my case, Vietnamese people, and I often didn't know how to navigate that, and I felt like I was in between two worlds, and there was a bit of a disconnect. And I think maybe in the future, because I'm so attracted to cross-cultural writing and reading as well, I've had this long history of cross-cultural reading, and I think, well, maybe a solution in the future would be to co-write, and that might be a really interesting way to get such authentic views,
right,
and agency as well in the story making.
Can I second that? I had very much the same thought. I think in the past, my vision for what I wanted to do in comics was this very much like personal expression, sort of auteur sort of impulse, and this author who sort of controls the whole thing end to end. But I've done a little bit of collaboration on the Grot, and it was incredibly satisfying. But going into the future, I'm much more interested in like creating little writers' rooms and breaking story with a group of like smart, intelligent people from a bunch of different perspectives and backgrounds and worldviews. And I'm much more interested in now creating some kind of like social infrastructure that makes making comics like easier and faster, but also takes away the burden of being the sole storyteller now, which the world's changed so much politically in the time we've all been drawing our graphic novels. I don't think that the world that we're in now, I don't think that like a white guy pushing 40 who's in a middle class kind of like life, I don't necessarily think the world wants to hear from me as much as anymore, as much as perhaps I thought they did 5 years ago. And so now I'm kind of interested in like drawing other people's comics or creating spaces where people can come up with stories that's not just one human's kind of like self-expression. Yeah.
I totally agree with all that. Yeah. I think after the loneliness, this marathon lonesomeness with this project and the weight of the history that I've been carrying around for several years, I would just jump at the opportunity to kind of carry that with other people. It's there's so many other people in the world who have such incredible stories and experiences to contribute to any one given project, and we could be tapping into that.
Campbell, what about you? I feel like your home time required so many different aspects of art making, and like commitment to different, it's managing schedules and things for you. I was wondering what, if you were to change anything about your process, would you? I mean, the results were like, for everyone, the results were beautiful, but is there a style within your two books that you're more interested in working with now and abandoning the others, or like, you know, tell me more about that?
I think I'm just constantly interested in doing new things. And the structure and the format of Home Time was very much, an early acknowledgement of that, where if I'd done all of the book in one art style, I would have burnt out, and I would have resented the book so much, and I wouldn't have had fun, you know, like, I'm just constantly interested in new materiality, new ways of storytelling, new rules that I set for myself. So kind of all the new projects that I've got that I'm actively pushing forward, they're all wildly different. You know, they're all visual, you know, comics stories, but they're for different formats. You know, like some of them are really designed for digital reading primarily. Some of them are more picture book oriented. You know, some of them are, you know, black and white, you know, lo-fi zine sort of things. So I'm really interested in that materiality because, you know, I don't want to spend all my time sitting doing the one thing, because ultimately this is for me. You know, this is about how I spend my time. As in, it's for me, as in, you know, I'm going to spend more time on this project than anyone else is going to ever spend, you know, engaging with it. So it has to be something that I enjoy, you know. So yeah, lots of different materiality. I'm collaborating with Liz on a picture book at the moment, and just doing all sorts of great stuff, and in that way, you know, like new things. And then, you know, I think in terms of collaborating, it's a sort of different collaboration. And Pat, you've got students that you work with as well, but I love that sort of helping people realize their own comics as well. So I run with my wife Liz, the Milktooth School of Art and Stories, and I'm like the comics teacher there. And so every term I'm like teaching kind of a whole range of students how to make their own comics and bringing them through to print production. And that's super fulfilling to see this like young generation come through. And they're young, they're like all primary high school, you know, so it's really cool.
Yeah. Well, that's so Sarah Firth has brought up the 5 a.m. slog stuff and how you finished it while working. Can we, like, would you go back there again? Can we talk about how you made the book, and then whether that's the work process you would want to continue doing with comics?
Yeah, so I was working full time, and like an office job in government. So that's Monday to Friday, and then I was teaching, running the art school. So that's a full day of Saturday classes. And so I'd get up at like 5:30 and work till 7 on the book every morning. And that was big. That came about because like I would used to try to work in the evenings, and ultimately, you know, there'd just be things that come up during the day that demand attention, you know, or by the end of the day you're burnt out, you're tired, you're not giving it your best. So I knew I could get up, and if I got up at 5:30, no one else would be awake, and I could get to work because I had a young child as well at the time. And so I would work then, and it was just about setting up that routine, you know, not waiting till I had like a month free, or I had a week free, or a weekend free, or I had a big chunk of time. It was like stealing moments, and just getting in that routine. And I still wake up like 5:30. I don't like hit the studio in the same way, but just after years of waking up at 5:30, I still do it. And there's a part of me that's excited about starting a new project, like formally. But there's a big part of me that's really nervous about it as well. And it's not a second album nervousness kind of thing. It's more just re-entering that world and that commitment. It's a sort of mania, I think, that you need to have to make a book. And it's about tapping into that, and whether I can just slide back into it, or whether it is like a state that I need to get myself into.
What Are you happy with your process? Are you happy with the way that you've like managed this in your book, and like with so the 5 a.m. thing you're gonna stick with, but is that like the way that you see yourself working into the future? Yeah,
I think it will be, because it's about routine. You know, in order for me to finish a project, I need to have a solid routine. Yeah. Otherwise, there's a real kind of, I have trouble managing time, managing projects, managing things that are out of sight, out of mind. But if I've got a really strict routine, I can manage that, you know. And so it's about sort of working with the way my brain works. You know? And
I've witnessed it, guys. I've witnessed Campbell, because when you go to visit him in Perth, you're on East Coast time, so you're awake when he gets up, just like reading comics or whatever. and you hear his door open, and he shuffles out in his track pants, just like this the gentlest shuffle down the hall into his studio, turns the light on and sits down, and you hear this little and away he goes. It's an amazing thing to behold. And then when he's ready, he gets up and shuffles down into his son's room and turns on this gentle Legends of Zelda music, which slowly wakes his son up. It's like, oh man, it's beautiful. Campbell's Campbell's also like not only is he one of the artists that you want to be like, he's one of the fathers and partners that you wish you could be like too. So like, it really makes someone like me feel shitty on about 6 different levels.
That's horrible to hear.
I feel like, Pat, you're looking at this the wrong way. You need to look at Campbell and be like, what a lovely human, and how great is it that he's my friend and I get to hang out at his house.
Of course, that's how I feel.
Chris,
it's really nice. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Chris, I wanted to ask about you because your process, I loved for anyone who's follows Chris on the internet, they'll know that he did a massive series of posts about how he made his book. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that process worked? And I want to ask you about the pen choice.
Fuck.
Future, work styles.
Well, what you're referring to, I did like a DVD extra comic book that you can read on my Instagram, or I've also, because if you go flick through my Twitter, you can find a PDF. But yeah, that pen. So I drew so many pictures, thousands and thousands of pictures, and I just arbitrarily chose this Officeworks pen that I thought was really fun, but I didn't realize till I actually started drawing properly that it blunts really quickly. And they're really quite expensive, like $15 for 4 or something. And you go through like a packet of those in like fucking 10 pages or something. So I ended up sinking all this money with this stupid pen that I hated by the end of it. Now I have a whole bag of these pens that work perfectly that are just kind of blunted. But anyway, that was that. In terms of like what I'll do next or changes I'll make, I always sort of finish the project and like I finished doing these self-publishing things and like I never do Rizzo things again. That was such a fucking nightmare. And now I'm thinking about doing another Rizzo thing, like, I'll never do another large comic book again. And then it's like the next thing I'm writing is going to be longer. And it's like, I feel like there's that period where you just get so fucking sick of it. And then slowly you're like, oh, that was cool. I should do that again. That was a lot of fun. I really loved doing that. And you sort of forget. It's kind of like a bit like high school. Like I fucking hated high school so much. But now that I think back about it, mostly I just remember like goofing off with my friends and all the shit that I was so mad and angsty about. It's like, why do you even care about that? Like all the bad stuff has faded.
But you were in high school like 2 years ago, right? So
yeah. Actually, you want to feel really old, Eleri? I was in high school nearly 10 years ago.
No.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, to address David Blumenstein's comment, it's not bugs on my camera. It's little dots of dried ink that I can't get off.
Oh, shit! Boom!
Yeah. Yeah. So, I've been trying to do more mainstream comics now. Like my next project's like this is a 6-panel grid. I want to do like more, like experimenting with more mainstream layouts, like the wide panels and cramming more stuff in, so I can do less drawing, be more efficient. That's a future change I'm aiming for. Anyway.
Well, so all 3 of you here have all worked with the same publisher. Miranda's working with a local publisher. So Chris and Pat and Campbell all worked with the book, and Miranda's book is coming out with Alan and Owen. What can you guys talk to me about working with publishers? Because I feel like this is a question that we get a lot from people who are interested in making graphic novels. It's like, how do I find a publisher and how do I do all this stuff? But like, what's it actually like working with a publisher? Like, have you had like great deals of editorial involvement? What's the marketing stuff been like for you? Like, can you talk about that?
Can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did a talk with Pat and Campbell a little while ago for a library thing. It's on YouTube, and one of the questions is like, "Why did you choose to go with Top Shelf?" And there's sort of this silence, and Pat was like, "Well, they're the only ones that offered." Like,
that sounds so awful every time that comes up.
But I don't know. I mostly like working with Top Shelf. It's a little weird. Like in that same interview, Pat was talking about having French editions, and sort of like you don't hear anything about them at all. It's super bizarre talking to all these people in the US, especially fucking this year. It's like talking to someone, I don't know, through some help portal or something. Like, and it's just like, oh, you know, they're emailing you and your book's coming out, and like you look at the news and you're like, oh my God, how is anything happening over there? Like, how is anybody functioning? How's anything working? It's bizarre. Anyway, yeah, that's my experience. I mostly talk to Chris Staros, and he's pretty relaxed. I generally find when I give them stuff, they're like, oh, you need to do all these revisions. And then every time I talk to them, they're just like, oh, you know, you don't need to do as many revisions as we thought you did, or something like that. Very relaxed.
We have a non-interventionist publisher at Top Shelf. This is Campbell Whyte and I. And the benefit of that is you can be pretty sure that a decision you make will be supported. But then the offside of that is that because they don't have a huge amount invested in the publicity or promotion machine in a way that like Abrams books that the publishers T, or someone who's really going to get behind it and thinks that invest money in its in its success. So it's like, so really, I mean, especially in Australia, we have to do the publicity ourselves, and it's just, I think we've done a pretty good job this year, guys. I think everyone's had one or two really big, like prestigious pieces of coverage, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
How about
I think there was a great, just going back to that sort of non-interventionist publisher comment. Oh, sorry. Did I jump in?
Miranda's got stuff to say about intervention as well.
Jump in, Miranda. Sorry, I didn't hear.
We could do the round of the Top Shelf guys first, and then I can finish.
Okay, all right. I was just interested because your experience with intervention stuff is quite different. That's also like, you know.
Yeah. Campbell, do you want to finish?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say non-interventionist because I remember at San Diego Comic-Con. At the wrap up, we were having like a Top Shelf kind of dinner drinks, and Staros was there, and so the editor-in-chief, Chris Staros, and he was sort of I was just chatting with him and how he got into publishing and all of this, and he was, he comes from this kind of punk rock zine background, and he described himself as just like a facilitator of big zines. So he's got like he's kind of got this system in place. He's got the connections with like printers, and he just like he finds great people doing weird projects and just says yes, and then like makes sure it gets printed and out in the world. So he's extremely from my experience, the Top Shelf. Like if I wanted editorial feedback, I can seek it out, but they're just like, yeah, we'll just make sure the spelling is correct. That's the extent of it. Yeah.
Okay, Miranda.
Well, working with a publisher was a massive, learning curve in a way for me, because my previous book was done completely independently, so I didn't have any consultation with a publisher. Yeah, that hidden. I just did it independently, and then a traditional small press publisher took it on, and really they left it alone. I had to correct the spelling of Tourette's syndrome, and then it went to press. I think that was it, and that was amazing, and it was just so easy compared to what I've been through now. Look, I think I had to really wrap my head around the whole commercial publishing world. I mean, I'm working with Allen and Unwin. They are, a distinguished Australian publishing house.
Yeah. And
very, very different from the sort of indie comics world that I've come from, where, most of us have been kind of writing what we want and, it doesn't go through some great big editorial process, or it doesn't get through some kind of rigorous assessment as to how marketable it will be. And so, all these conversations that I had to have with the publisher about marketability and target audience, and it needs to sit alongside other publications that we've done, in terms of subject matter, like I've chosen the Vietnam War, and how does my book sit alongside the other books, and all these things that were just kind of a bit foreign to me, and I guess maybe I had this slightly naive / arrogant notion that I was going to do this big creative wonderful thing, and not that there wouldn't be any negotiation around edits and what have you, and making sure the architecture of the book was working and so forth, but perhaps I was unprepared for the conversations around what was appropriate for me to be writing and what wasn't, and the target audience, the fact that they were wanting to put this graphic novel because it was a graphic novel, it would have to be in the YA category, and this was sort of a little bit complicated because none of my main characters are young adults, and how does that work? I mean, young adults can read it, but and understand it, but and when I was a young adult, I was reading adult books all the time, and so they were sort of sometimes prescribing what was appropriate for a young adult and what wasn't, and I found that quite something to navigate, and especially because I was writing about a history that is really, really mad. It's confronting. It's there's a whole lot of values from the 1960s and 70s that are questionable now, and everyone is smoking, and that's going to be a bad influence on young people today, and I was just and like was I kind of going to be airbrushing history because they want to sell it to schools and they don't want too many swear words, and all that sort of thing, and I felt like contriving the history that I was looking at into something that was a tidy package and marketable for them. I mean, I don't want to be inconsiderate to their needs in saying that. I understand
set of publishing ideas, right? It's like the goal of Allen and Unwin as publishers is quite different to the goal of Top Shelf as publishers. So there's like different approaches to how that would have impacted an artist. Yeah. Yeah.
So but on the whole, I think I've actually been given a lot of freedom to just find my way through the subject matter. They choosing a subject like the Vietnam War, where there's no bottoms and there's no sides, and also a subject matter that they weren't necessarily, they certainly weren't, learning about it in the way that I was. They went alongside me learning about the complexity of it, and they weren't sitting down with veterans of the war or Vietnamese people and sort of taking on the gravity of what I was taking on, and so I was very alone with that. But that and they would sort of step in as to, well, we can't tell that aspect of the story, or that's too sensitive, or whatever. But I loved, however, having my hand held occasionally, just having those meetings, and they were just so supportive also with what I was doing. And even when I was bringing in these dog breakfasts, into the room, and they'd pick through it, and they could see the value in it, even though when it was a mess. I'm still in awe of that. that they could see that my process was actually leading somewhere, and I couldn't really. So, you know, and then having an editor as well. And I understand, I've only learned from you, Eleri, recently that there's very little editorial support in comics publishing generally. And I've had the gift of having an editor who brought sense to my work and shape and I mean, not just my editor. I mean, my publisher worked with me for years, just finding the shape, and then my editor just sharpened that shape, and she actually put new scaffolding in, which just took the book to a new level. And I just didn't have that skill, and you know, and I couldn't have done this book without the support of my publisher and editor. I really think it's been gold.
Do you think that was more important to you because your book was non-fiction? Like, I'm just noticing that of the, you know, everyone here, yours is the work of non-fiction that required that type of, you know, back and forth over realism and like telling people's stories responsibly because you interviewed people for your book.
Yeah. Sorry, what's the question you're asking?
Was the editorial feedback, like, do you think that's more important? This is a genuine question. Like, is editorial feedback from a publisher more important if you're creating a book of non-fiction versus a book of fiction?
I don't really know, actually. I mean, look, I think having any sort of outside input is valuable. You know, because I was so emotionally involved in the project, and I think I needed a leash put on me from time to time, and my publisher and editor were there with the leash, and you know, and that was really good at times. Sometimes I chewed my way out of the leash, and I would say, no, I'm running in that direction, you know, and but
Maybe this is a good point to ask everyone about the comic art workshop then, and that impact that do you guys feel like that having the workshopping the comic at the start of your process, or like wherever you were at, for you it was multiple times working it, and for Campbell it was working 2 separate books that were connected. Like how is that? Did that do anything to facilitate or change the way that you worked, or like basically now if you want to say something nice about Core, now is the time.
Can I start?
Yes.
I think the idea from Core came out of this very subject that we're talking about. This idea that there's like it's absolutely not a given that you're going to have a sympathetic editor who knows comics, like to advise you as you move along on this mind-blowingly difficult process of making a graphic novel. So that's kind of like one of the reasons Core exists, because I felt like it you know, like it was something I certainly needed, and Liz and I had sort of discussed the fact that we felt like the community in this part of the world needed it, you know, could really benefit from that too. So I will say I thought Core was going to be like a creative writing class. Like I thought the workshopping would be kind of like that, but actually it was like much more rigorous and intense, and people came into the room with so much more commitment than I could have possibly imagined. So it gave me I kind of hit it. I kind of arrived with a manuscript at the perfect level, the perfect sort of stage. It was like a long thumbnail draft, and people could just read it in an hour or so, and then it gave me such a huge amount of confidence over the next 4 years as I finished the book, because I just sort of had this baseline of understanding that, you know, 14 smart people have read this book and they liked it. You know, that they had, you know, it sparked the conversations that I hoped it would. And that's actually really priceless, having that kind of confidence.
What about the rest of you? Gooch?
Well, I think maybe I'm the only one here who did a different project each time with different levels of positive reinforcement for the different projects. For this book, for my book that's coming out, buy my book, follow me on Instagram, whatever. That was like nearly done. That was like maybe like the last draft before, like I got feedback before I did my last batch of big revisions. So it was certainly helpful in terms of like fixing some stuff that was fucked up, like some structural stuff, some things that were just like repeating, lack of connection with some of the characters. In general, I find that like if I have the story in my head, the redrafting process and getting feedback is making sure that everything that's in my head is on the page. Like often the characters, thank you, Josh. Often the characters aren't completely fleshed out. You can't connect with them, and there are elements missing that I think are obvious or feel like are obvious to me in a first draft. That then the feedback is like, oh, we don't get this, we don't get this character, we don't understand why they're doing this. I'm like, oh, it's because of this. And I'm like, well, that's not clear. Like it's often like bridging the gap between what I think it should be and what it actually is. But then, like that's the only so that means I still have 2 projects that I haven't completed at all, and they're similar scripts. The first one I took to call that nobody liked, I've gone back and rewritten completely and is nearly like it's getting closer. And then the most recent one is also like at about 60%, like a decent draft, like a draft that's not a piece of shit. So I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'll just have
He's got a controversial question.
Stuff anyway. But yeah, I saw that. It's good.
Do you guys
read it out?
Edit it?
Do you guys work well with editors? We haven't finished. We haven't done a round table on the last question though, so let's just return to that later.
Yeah. Campbell, Comic Art Workshop, helpful activity for you to do?
Yeah, I kind of didn't know anyone who made comics really. I knew a few people in Perth, but I was sort of trying to do it without any community or out, and it's not the best way to try to do things. So it was like a revelation to go to Maria Island the first time and meet people that were undergoing like similar endeavors and had done it before, or were, engaged in similar processes, or were starting their journey, or that was really transformative for me in so many ways. And, I went back to Perth afterwards and set up the Comics Maker Network, which is a monthly group in Perth of comics makers, and just threw my studio doors open and kind of said, whoever wants to come. And then that grew into the Perth Comic Arts Festival, which has been running for a few years. So this idea that core creates this sort of seeds that then go back out into their communities and start germinating is really real. In terms of my project, I brought Home Time 1 along to the first core, and I was maybe 70% through the finished art of that. So it was really late game for that one. And there were, even with that though, there were really meaningful tweaks that were able to be made. Going back, making some minor revisions to text, redoing a few pages and a few panels throughout. And it had a really positive influence and impact on the quality of the book. It's quite profound. And then with book 2, I brought, a visual manuscript along. And that was far more useful to workshop. And that then, I think the book went from 7 chapters down to 6, merged 2 chapters, completely rewrote a couple more and redrafted them. And so that book, the second book changed a lot based on that feedback, which was really fantastic. And yeah, just that sense of community. And I think, like Pat said, that lasting, when you sit down, and it's 5:30 and the sun hasn't come up and you're working on a page, you can hear the voices of your peers sort of kind of just gently echoing in the back of your mind at times, and that's really lovely to keep you moving on. You know, you guys laughing at me?
Yeah.
You know, you can hear that, and it's really meaningful, and you kind of go, oh yeah, so and so said this about this panel, and you know, oh, here's this bit, and so and so liked it, and so didn't, and there was an argument about it, and I'm choosing this, you know, and I'm choosing this path to go down, but it's informed by this group of peers, you know, and I think that's really this is what happens at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Miranda.
Well, I took the same project to every single core, and you know, so at Maria Island, I think it was just about 9 scruffy pages, and it was just literally the seed of an idea, and then I think in Yogyakarta, it was at this kind of awkward, very awkward middle stage, and you know, and then by the time we got to Dangar Island, it you know, as you saw, it was sort of almost there. You know, I was sort of very much on the homeward stretch there, so there were very, very different stages, and I can't emphasize how important going to Comic Art Workshop was for this book. Even though I had a publisher and they were holding my hands, and you know, I was getting their feedback and so forth, to have you know, a group of 14 to 15 readers in a room for 2 weeks, you know, not just looking at my own work, but that we were looking at each other's works, and we were just looking at all the issues that we were all facing together. And you know, we were sort of, you know, we were all versed in the comics language, and I guess, you know, I am working with a traditional book publisher, and so the vernacular of comics isn't so familiar to them, and so I with Core I had a space in which to kind of you know, speak that language. That was really important, and it was just, you know, we've spoken a lot about it being a safe space, a really honest space, you know, supportive, and also just fun. And you know, it was a really, really special, you know, triptych experience for me.
I feel that way too. So do we want to talk about this male or guys this is a presentational question: do guys work less well with editors? Can I kick this off by saying, as an editor, I don't think the gender has mattered in terms of like the style that I've worked with people. It's been much more about their personality. Yeah.
I'm never more invigorated than I am after someone's really given me some full on, intense, honest, and bad feedback. And so for me, I would love to have an editor to lock horns with like once a month over the course of the next project.
I'm available for hire anytime you want, buddy.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I'll write that into my next budget.
Thanks.
Which I can show if you like.
Who goes next?
You can go next.
Okay. I've already had the one experience working on my own work. I've worked with, I've only worked with Star Wars, really. Like, oh, that's nice there. I've only worked with Star Wars on my own comics, and then, I really shouldn't say this, but my attitude towards more commercial work is like, get it done, get paid, as opposed to fighting for what I think my creative vision of somebody else's thing should be. Like, you know, paying me to do what you want, I'll just do what you want, even if I think it's dumb. But I've never had a disagreement with Star Wars or with anybody, really. I mean, the most I've come close to disagreeing with an editor is Core, or at least like that's the most constructive criticism I've received, and that's not an issue personally. But I'm sure there are so many dickheads with egos, and I probably bet that most dickheads in comics with egos are dudes, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's I think the thing about like the experience of working with editors being so different depending, like you've touched on something there, Chris, which is about how if you're working on a project that is a passion project and an art project, that might be a little bit different to a project that is like, is this going to be commercially viable? Does that make sense?
I've never had, like what Miranda's talking about, I've never had anybody be like, this has to be commercially viable in these ways. It's always been like, this should be the best version of what you obviously want it to be like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Campbell?
Yeah, similar with Gooch. Like I haven't really worked with editors before, so I don't know. And similar to Gooch, I would assume there'd be a lot of guys with big egos not liking getting told what to write, and you know, so that would not surprise me. And I think, so I think that's true. Going back to what Chris was saying as well about, you know, the commercial viability of a project as well. So, you know, if a publisher gives you, you know, a 60K advance and goes, look, we're gonna pump, you know, 50K into advertising, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're, you know, like they've got a financial investment in making sure this thing hits a certain market, right? And it's gonna be a part of a certain conversation that's happening, and it's going to be a part of a certain, you know, literary kind of angle, and so on and so forth. You know, I understand then that the screw goes, you know, they've got to tighten the screws on that. You know, and the editors come in, and so I remember, like, I pitched Home Time to a bunch of publishers, and lots of them wouldn't take it on, and for all sorts of really great reasons. But a lot of them were just like, look, this project's too far ahead, and you know, it doesn't do X, Y, Z, and we can't get it to do X, Y, Z. You're going to have to like completely redo the project. And the point at which I was taking it around was like, you know, the whole first book was storyboarded, 2 chapters of complete finished art, and a synopsis of the whole thing. So I personally was really invested and had sunk a lot of time into it at that point. And this was my first thing I'd pitched around, so I didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't willing to go back and scrap the project and undo it. You know, if someone had said to me, we're going to give you a 60K advance to do that, then maybe. But it was sort of like, you know, what's the advance? Oh, it might be $3,000. That's like, you know, that's like someone putting their dollar coin on the pool table and reserving the next spot, basically. And so at that point, it's sort of like, well, I'm going to be the one sitting here making this work, you know, and you know, getting up at 5:30 every morning to make it happen. So, you know, if you're wanting to do that as the editor, and if you're wanting to do that as the publisher and go with me on this journey, like, let's do that together. But you know, the investment is out of scale, you know. But having said all of that, you know, there are a few projects that I want to take on that I need an editor for. You know, like I need editorial voice, I need collaborative voices to do it, because you know, they're more complex projects, and I don't want to be the sole voice. I think, like Pat has said earlier, you know, I'm a very similar demographic and individual to Pat. And is that voice, you know, one that needs to be heard in the 21st century? Probably not.
Can we talk about money? Sorry, I didn't. I'm the worst.
I'll just add a couple of things about working with an editor. I've only worked with one editor thus far, and you know, she's such a warm and kind and considerate person that, you know, and I have so much trust in her and respect for the work that she does. And she's had to remind me that I'm allowed to debate. You know, I'm allowed to say no. I'm allowed to negotiate. If I'm not comfortable with something, then there's a safe space to say so. And you know, that was a bit of a learning process for me. I think I was probably a little bit too deferential in the early phases of working with her. And you know, we're in some pretty complex dialogue at the moment, in fact, where you know, I've put my foot down a few times, and it's completely comfortable to do so. And it's a really important part of the process too, because, you know, we need this work to be the best that it can be, and you know, just not make sort of quick decisions on things that could actually be damaging. So yeah, having some of those difficult conversations is essential.
How about money? Is money essential?
So I think
okay.
I
was going to say, does anybody not have a day job? No, right? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, Pat, go.
I've never understood why artists don't talk about money more. It's always been a bit of a bee in my bonnet, because I kind of feel like the reason that the only purpose that, you know, this idea that it's impolite or crude to talk about money seems to be, it's just a way for people who are well off not to talk about their privilege. I don't know. So anyway, I want to talk about money in situations like this wherever we can, because I think a lot of people who start off their first big ambitious comics project think that there's going to be some sort of like financial reward or something at the end of it, or that, you know, let's say they haven't really thought through what the financial realities of a graphic novel is. Can I do a screen share?
Sure, go for it. Do I have to enable you, or you should be able to, right? Yeah.
Is it sharing now?
Yeah.
Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love your budgets, Pat.
This is a royalty statement that I just got in the mail last week. So this is so how many books sold? Let's say like 2,500 books sold, and my royalty on that is like $1,700. But then they took like $600 out for like in case the books get returned or something like that. So my first and then my agent takes a slice. So my first check is that's the first check there, but my agent takes 15% of that. So that's probably half the print run that's sold. And I stopped sharing. I reckon that stuff's like really like depressing if you expect something different, but it's actually it can give you a really good clarity on what you're working, how you're trading your time off, if you know that before you go into things. Yeah. Anyone else got stuff to say about money?
Oh, sorry. We had Thi on earlier on in the panel about financially and emotionally supporting yourself. And Thi mentioned that she does, her royalties have been good, but her main source of income is the speaking fees after her book became a hit. And I think that's a really interesting tell about the way that the comics industry works. Like, it seems like a lot of people, it's like when you have a book that gives you, that is popular, that gives you a certain level of prestige, and that then opens doors for you into like the literary world that you might not have gotten, like just publishing something short somewhere else. Like saying I have a book is like a thing, you know, and here is my book. Yeah.
I totally agree with that. And I can only speak from experience from my first book, you know, of which I had low expectations. And certainly it was because I was with a very small press publisher, but the book was a critical success, and that was very meaningful. And you know, the doors that opened for me, not just in the literary world, but even just with freelance work, and just life actually became quite rich and interesting after that. And so in a way, doing that project was an incredible investment for the future life of Miranda. And you know, I certainly wouldn't be sitting here in this conversation if it hadn't been for that foundational work that I did. And you know, after all, we're interested in a meaningful life and connecting with others through storytelling. And you know, I mean, that's exactly what doing my first book did. But yeah, the money thing. I have a lot of different thoughts about money. I mean, obviously, working with a traditional publisher, there was an advance involved. It's certainly not an amount of money to write home about. I'm sure you're all aware of, have the same experience there. But you know, I think I had a little bit of denial about the financial aspect of working on the big project that I've just done, because I just was not in touch with the fact that it was going to blow out so much, to be a project that was much bigger than I ever imagined. And so, you know, while I did get one grant that covered the expenses of the project, because you know I traveled. I went to Yogyakarta for the comic art workshop. I went and did a whole lot of research and fieldwork in Vietnam, and that fortunately was funded. But for a lot of my own labor, I had to kind of pull my own strings for quite a lot of time. I did manage to get some patronage, which was very lucky. But you know, I applied for a number of grants, and that was, and mostly was met with rejections. But I think that's a pretty familiar process for a lot of Australian artists. I was lucky to get one from the Australia Council. But I think for my future projects, I might actually try and put a little bit more of an accounting hat on, and just, you know, make, you know, be a bit tougher. You know, I get so easily lost in the creative project and the practice that I can forget to actually think and talk about money, and even, you know, think that I should be asking for it.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to read this comment out that I've wrote. He said, my favorite Chris moment was just after he launched the first Under Earth and he asked me how I got my cleaning job. I thought it was very good. But that said, like, I don't know. I don't want it to be too grim. Like, I love making these comic books, and the money that I make from these, because I think, I mean, fuck, 3 of you guys have kids, I think. Like, my life's a lot cheaper. So the advance I'm getting off this horror comic I'm doing, because of the difference in currency, means I don't have to work for 6 months, which is really fucking nice.
Yeah.
Like, I never, like, I think of it as enough to, like, maybe, like, yeah, take a time off work. Oh man, that looks weird. Take time off work and not have to, you know, do anything other than art for like maybe a couple months a year or something like that. Like that luxury every now and then, like every 2-3 years, or like a holiday. That's what my comics pay for. Like, and that US dollar shit does help. That's nice.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The thing I like most about publishing, about Top Shelf Publishing or anybody publishing, is you don't have to take on tons of debt to like get your book out there. I think that's the thing that I like.
Well, that's a thing. The concept of paying your publisher back if your book doesn't sell, is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what? Oh god. Wow.
Hey Campbell, do you know, I have this memory when last time I was at your house. It was just before the festival, and you and I had a panel on, so I had to like buy some textures and some cards to do this workshop or something I was doing at the festival, and at that very moment I was standing at the counter with you, and I had hit rock bottom on my in my financial life. I've never had $0 in my art account. I've never been maxed out on my credit card, and I was standing with you, and I was like, I think that was one of the lowest points in my life. It's like I didn't have enough money. My art account hadn't brought in enough money for me to like spend $50 to run a workshop. But I did get into debt on my project because I paid Fionn $100 a page to do the colouring, and so I'm still in debt actually. So I'm still paying that off. But that's, you know, it doesn't make me sad. Like it's just got to be, you just got to be like clear-eyed about it when you go into these things.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that none of us as individuals are going to be able to change the industry like in like a holistic way with like 1 or 2 publications, you know, like that's not possible. But like, you know, I think there is incremental change in the comic industry. Like there's, you know, people are calling out for really bad payment systems, you know, with publishers like more and more often. There's also like a, I think much more of a culture of like doing things, the types of things that you've done, Pat, with some of your books, like trying to like monetize sections of it, like publishing things online or like doing like side things to do with the book that might not have been acceptable previously.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you're right though. It's like, I think that sometimes it is really despicable. Like, you know, people working for 2 years solidly or 5 years on a book that, you know, like they're making like what they could make working in a supermarket for 2 weeks is like, you know, a bit full on.
I don't think it's despicable if you actually look at the amount of books that are selling. Like graphic novels don't really sell a lot, you know, except for like occasionally you get a real hit. But the amount of books that that most of, say, a publisher like Fantagraphics will sell is so small that even there's no one being despicable in the system. There's just not. It's just not. The money is just not there. So yeah. Anyways,
I did make the financial decision. Campbell, I'm going. Wait your turn. I made the financial decision. Again? Jesus. Campbell, just be quiet, all right? Quiet time. I wish I could mute you. I made the financial decision to make my next project shorter so I could get it done, and that the advance is like it's more feasible to do it in 6 months. And I also I made another financial decision. For anybody overseas who might be watching this on the, you know, off chance there are some people, you can get money to study in Australia, like a small amount, essentially unemployment, if you meet some criteria. So I did an honours year this year, and I did the bare bones script for my horror comic that I'm now doing within uni, and I had to do a bunch of essays and shit, but essentially I was paid enough to live and just sort of mostly do that uni stuff. I would have had to work part-time, but then COVID. Anyway, so this will be the first book, if I get it done in the next 6 months, where I will actually be supporting myself with comics money for the duration of making it mostly. But then everything else I'm writing from this point onwards is fucking huge. So it's going to be like a one-time experiment. Anyway, sorry, Campbell, please go now.
Okay. I think going back to what Pat was saying earlier is really true about when we don't talk about money, who it benefits and what narratives it benefits. You know, so often we look at, you know, really successful, you know, authors that are writing full-time or creative practitioners, and they don't disclose that they come from money, or that their parents bought them a house, or that they have a partner who's a lawyer who supports their, you know, all of their financial requirements. You know, that kind of gets swept under the rug. And so you can like operate under the assumption, or this presumption, that, you know, successful career authors or illustrators are doing so under the financial fuel of their labor. And it's not necessarily the case. I think another thing, if we look towards like picture books or chapter book illustrators as sort of like an adjunct form of comics making, or, you know, something that's kind of similar in the publishing world, what we see is that they're producing, you know, books that you know, annually, or you know, like 2 things coming out a year even, and that snowballs, and the royalties start snowballing really quickly from that. So, you know, if you put out a picture book every year, after 10 years, you've got 10 things that are in, you know, on the shelves, or constantly getting royalties from libraries, from borrowing. So, you know, I think that's something that works against us though, as comics makers. If we're taking 5 years to make a book, if we're taking 6 years to make a book, and then there's also the numbers game, like Pat's saying, there just aren't, you know, the sales numbers just aren't big enough. And so it's not even necessarily, there are crummy contracts. And like Eleri, you said, you know, increasingly people are calling them out or disclosing their contract details. And there are crummy ones. There are really bad, abusive ones. But a lot of it's just, there's just not money. There just isn't much money. And so if we start going into a argument that we should be paying actual like labor rates to make a comic, it just blows out. So I think the Australian Cartoon Association recently published their recommended rates, which is great to see. And I did like a napkin calculation and of what it would take to make like a scholastic Raina Telgemeier like Smile or Guts or something. And the rate to make a page, like to make Guts, for example, what I calculated was like almost $500,000 in artist rates, right? And even for her, that's like a lot. Like, I mean, maybe she's making that sort of cash. I mean, she's probably making a lot and good for her. But I don't think Scholastic paid her $500,000 up front. Maybe they did. So, I'm keen to talk about money in that regard. Like, so with Home Time 2, I got a 4K advance US. And I think it's like 8%, 8.5% royalties on cover price. So, you folks can do the math on that if you're keen. It's not a lot. It's not much to live on. What I am curious is to move into conversations in the future, negotiating different sort of contracts and seeing if that's feasible at all, and seeing how those conversations move ahead and what can happen there. But I think, that diversifying of income streams is really essential. So my day job gives me like this much, and then Milktooth gives me like this much, and comics gives me like, it's minuscule, it's absolutely chump change.
Well, I feel at this point we've gone nearly half an hour over the time that I was anticipating for this panel, but I'm really glad that we stuck around and you guys have some amazing contributions to this conversation about making ambitious comics projects. Thank you so much. If there's anything that you'd like to say to cap this off, please speak now. Pat, of course.
I have something. I just wanted to say how proud I've been just seeing this event. This is the first core event that I'm sort of I'm sort of an observer. It's so nice to see familiar faces, but also nice to see just the whole project sort of like turn over and continue on. I'm very, very, very excited that there's going to be a bunch of new artists who are going to benefit from that experience. And I'd like to say thanks to everyone who's helped organise this. It means so much to me personally.
Aw, thanks, Pat. Well, I would say that was Lee Ragossi made the artwork. Josh has done a billion social media things. Most of you showed up for a sound check that I didn't show up for last week, so thank you for doing that. And I organised a lot of the rest of it. So yeah, it's been really, this has been so much fun, and I'm really glad that we made the decision to do this because we all spend a lot of time sitting on our computers, and it would be so easy to just be like, whatever. But I think this is actually like a really valuable conversation to be had, and it's awesome to be able to have it open to conversations from anyone, questions and things from anyone as well. Yeah. So thanks, guys.
Thanks for hosting, Larry. Thanks to Josh too for his part in putting it together. I think it's been like a really valuable debrief space. After most of us have had a fairly intense journey in the story of our making, and I think it's been a very, as you pointed out, we've been a close knit group and a little bit mysterious to people on the outside, and they've had their suspicions about us. I've heard, and I'm really glad that we can be sharing something of that for everyone else.
Yeah, me too. I think it's really important to make knowledge accessible for people, especially around how people's projects and processes work. So yeah, thank you. Max says online group hug. So thanks everyone. I'm going to end the live stream now.
Has anybody cried? It's not a cause. It's not like. Sorry.
I don't know. I cried.
You sound like your voice is breaking a bit, Pat. I think it's you.
No, I'm just full of phlegm.
Oh.
I've never cried in my life.
Tough guy, Pat Grant.
Yeah. Sarah Firth has done some graphic recordings, so hopefully they'll be floating around a bit later on, and the video will be on YouTube for a while to come. So thank you so much. Bye, everybody. Sign up to our thing and support the Comic Art Workshop and buy a goddamn puzzle.